want to see what I did over the weekend? I did something over the weekend, and I don't know if you're going to like it. So I just want you to be prepared. This could go poorly. You've been warned. I will reveal. Here we go. Let's take a look. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. It's me. It's Johnny. We're back. We took a little holiday, and then we came back. Let's get this out of the way. Johnny, you doing tomorrow, too?
Sure, yeah.
All right, good. Then we're settled. All right. Good. People saying porn stash, spray stash, shaved your pussy. No, that clearly isn't it. Glenn says fat Freddie Mercury. First of all, the fat part hurts my feelings way more than the gay guy with AIDS part. That really,
The second one's just true.
Yeah, the second one's fine. He was very talented. The first one just really hurts my feelings. They're calling me Officer Imholt. I love you, Aaron, but you look like a nonce, says Papa Dan. Oh, shit, Aaron's a Fed.
There we go.
Oh, my God, Aaron, no, shave it all off. Puerto Rican pimp. Gayer Mike Lindell. It's Freddie pre-AIDS. Thinner than you used to be. Oh, I'm not going to get tired of these at all. Didn't know I was watching Orange is the New Black. Who wore it better, Aaron or Corey? Always me. Riding Dirty Llama says, dang, 2 minutes into the show and Aaron talking about the pussy. Oh, I guess. Who wants a mustache ride? You remind me of the new boot goofing guy from Reno 911. Oh, not James Lennon. Thomas Lennon. Yeah. Officer Dangle. Of course. Did my donation go in from yesterday, says Hobo Chili Recipe. I don't know. What was it? I don't watch when we're doing premieres and shit, I don't watch them. So you guys let me know what it was.
I make this shit. I don't watch it.
Right, exactly. Jesus. I put the thing out there. You think I sit in the back eating the McDonald's cheeseburgers all day? Johnny, you got to bring yourself either closer to your camera or bring your camera down. You look like a little fucking midget right now. You got to bring that shit down, my friend.
Both.
More. You got to bring that down more.
All right.
I don't want very much headroom. Otherwise, I look like I'm a foot taller than you. More.
All right, fine.
God damn it. There we go. Now you look like a professional broadcaster. Attaboy. Salty says no Burt Reynolds. Officer Dangle wants his stash back. Are you guys going to sing YMCA by chance? Aaron Selleck over here.
I wouldn't say.
Mustache?
I wouldn't.
Okay, well, NF Cap says mustache better than the beard. That's what I needed to know. All right, here we go. Ready? Poll time. Ready? I'm actually going to, I'm going to do whatever it is I do. But I am going to ask your opinion. Stash or no stash? Stash? No stash. And the poll is officially up in the chat. All right, you know the drill. Like, subscribe, share the show. I want way more listeners than I already have. And by the way, if you're going to say, oh, well, how many is that? I don't know. Whatever that number becomes after we jump up another level, I want it to be higher than that. I'm never going to be happy. It's the life of being an entertainer. I will be insecure until the day I die, and I'm just trying to see that number go up higher than it was the day before, which should be easy today because yesterday was a holiday.
0,
of course. I saw people like still doing shows and stuff yesterday. You didn't do a show yesterday, did you?
Sort of. I didn't do a show. I haven't done any real shows. I'm going back to real shows like today.
Okay.
But like I streamed, but I was playing video games. I was literally sitting here anyway, and I streamed. I hung out in the chat.
See, to me, like the people who did like their shows yesterday, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Enjoy yourself. Take a minute. Take a day. Everyone's like, oh, Steel Toe does so many shows. Steel Toe does so many shows. I'm sitting here, running around with the kids, and April and I are running around in the yard, just doing shit, recovering from Sunday night, things like that.
Yeah.
And all these people are like, I have to do shows. I have to do shows. I have to do shows. I'm like, I thought I was the guy who did too many shows. Take it easy.
I promised a bunch of people that I'd be on, so I made sure to be on. But yeah, I didn't do a show.
I did the opposite of what you did. I promised people I wouldn't be on. And God damn it, I kept that promise. I threw some old bits in the microwave. I heated them up for you. I threw them at you, and a couple thousand of you watched it. That's fine with me. Boom. Done.
That's all I needed.
Yeah. We got a great show today. We've got a ton to talk about. Your overtime option for today, if you want to get her going, is Johnny, who do you think it is?
I think it's Chad based on the thumbnail.
Fucking Chad. Look, man, it's beyond anything personal. I don't even see him as a guy. It's not even a person anymore. It's just an entity to be observed. It's like the Hadron Collider. It's like a crash test. It's like it's a movie at this point. You know that Mickey, Burgess Meredith didn't die at the end of Rocky III. The character of Mickey did. So,
look, it's like watching a nature documentary. I'm not happy to see the lion take down the gazelle, but I am going to watch.
Right. And this weekend, it was just, and again, I kind of go like, hey, can we speed up this holiday so I can get back on the air? Because by the time I get on the air, this news is going to be irrelevant. It's like when you were a kid and computer technology was developing ultra fast, and they'd say like, hey, as soon as you buy this, 486 computer, there's going to be a new one that comes out that makes that one obsolete in a week. Yep. And like now, that's kind of like Chad news. It's just like, holy shit, I better get on the air and cover this in the next 18 hours or something more fucked up is going to happen. And that's what happened this weekend. We got a bike accident, and then after a bike accident, we got threats and threats and threats. And then yesterday, after the threats, he goes, yeah, but I don't actually do it. I just threaten. It's like, oh, well, then it's fine. That's okay. As long as you just threaten people with things, but you don't do them.
I consider pledge and donate to be the same thing.
Yeah, precisely. Exactly. So everybody pledge millions of dollars to this program. And it counts, and we'll never have to worry about money ever again. But that's what we'll do for overtime today. Until then, lots of news to talk about. Actually, I have a lot of silly shit today. I've got needy white girls, angry black girls, and dick-shaped meatloaf. So pretty sure today's going to rule. I think today's going to be a really good day. Ian Hawk.
Never thought of dick shape.
Ian Hawk with 199 says mustache rides all day. Right now, the poll is 54-46 stash. So the stash is controversial. That's for sure.
I still argue you could just lose about a third more off of the side, like a sixth off of either side, and you'd be good.
I like the longer on the sides. I think what I might do, Johnny, is I might take more than a sixth off of each side. I think I might take like a third off of each side. Maybe cut it off right around here or so. I think that might be the best way to do it. But no, a lot of silly shit today. It should be a great show. We want you to like the show. We want you to share the show. We want to keep it growing. Also, this is an outside shot, but it is possible. We set a really hefty, I won't say goal, but rhyme, 10K by the end of May. Mm-hmm. We have today. We have tomorrow. I'm not above you guys begging for us. I'm not above you guys giving the hard sell for us. About 140, about $140 away from 10K by the end of May. To quote Mike McDermott in Rounders, we've gone on rushes like that before. So 140 away. If you're one of these people who watches the show every day, you go, I don't need to fucking subscribe. I know when the show's on. At the same time, it matters to us that you subscribe. It means a lot that you subscribe. So subscribe to the channel. Get us to 10,000, 10K by the end of May. Now, the original goal of 10,000 by the first day of summer looks fait accompli, if you will. If you will. But 10K by the end of May would be awesome. So a rally of subs, a rally of shares, tweets, Facebooks, Instagrams, TikToks, whatever you got. Let's push this thing to the hilt. Let's get to 10K. It's just a pretty number to look at. That even 10 followed by the 0.0 thousand when you log into the channel. It looks cleaner than 9.86 or whatever it is now.
Plus, it feels like the first solid step on the way to 100. And,
well, Jesus Christ. That, now you've just bummed me out. And you've made me, it's like I'm staring into the expansive void of space. And I just realized none of it means anything.
Well, I'm sorry. I just got done playing WoW all weekend, so I'm used to. I'm in grind mode where I'm like, all right, so we got this goal, great, and there's still a lot more to go. So there we go.
Really does imitate life, doesn't it? Fuck you, dude says, "Wow, you look gay and not in a good way." Let's catch up with the chat here because they all have a lot of commentary on the stash. The stash is currently at a 52% approval rating, which is better than Joe Biden, but not out of the woods. April says, "I actually really like it." All right, well, guys, that opinion matters a lot more than yours. Let's be fair about that.
She's the one who rides it.
Kotan says, "Trim it to about nose width, and it will be perfect." So, right, you're thinking like right here. Okay. Malevolent Bystander, I see Aaron joined Nambla over the weekend. Tommy2X says, "Aaron looks too serious." Oh, does this make me, it's too cop-like? I look too cop-like. Let the mustache fly like Magnum P.I., says Mick KM. Bishop says, "Lots of bikers died here yesterday, and none of them were wearing helmets. Wear a damn helmet." Well, that's just wonderful advice. By the way, Ian Hawk and Citizen M, two people who have found, I think Ian Hawk and Citizen M should be like leaders of some kind of support group of like how you enjoy shows that like one show like constantly tries to chase after the other, but you don't pick sides and you're just kind of a little worm that likes both. I like that. I don't mean worm in a negative sense. I mean it in the sense of an organism that is geared at survival. And that's Ian Hawk and Citizen M. Thank you, buddy. Rincewind says, "Aaron, please hold still for a moment and look surprised. Someone can scream grab it and make a good mugshot, you goddamn pedo-looking goofball." So he's on the fence.
Have a seat.
Why don't you have a seat? Cynically Insane says, "Whoa, Dennis Eckersley." I'll take Dennis Eckersley. I always thought as a kid Dennis Eckersley was disgusting looking, so I don't think I can take that as a compliment. I sold 486 computers at Radio Shack. Don't judge me. Says, oh shit, I lost the chat now. Who was that? Bishop. All right. Bishop sold 486s. Well, that's good. I mean, hey, probably made a good living back then. 486s would fly off the shelves back in the 90s. Oh, should have went with the Hogan handlebars, brother. 10K by the end of May or gay, says Griddle Gorilla. Let's stop. Let's not add to the rhyme because I feel like that's far more dangerous. Shaft says,
"We don't need consequences."
Shaft says 10K or the show is gay. Chad's lawyer. Hi, Chad's lawyer. The stash looks good. Getting Burt Reynolds vibes. There we go. You know what? I think I'm on the fence. Like 54-46 in favor. April likes it, but I also look more like Salvo pancakes, and that's troubling. If I can't get over that part, if I can't leap over that hurdle, I don't think it's going to work. Hobo Chili Recipe.
Just grow it back if you change your mind, man. It's not like it's a lot of work. You just let it happen. For me, it's like a week.
Yeah.
We're in it.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, "Aaron, go with the tiny mustache. It was all the rage in the 30s. They called it the final solution of all grooming standards." Look, if I do decide to get rid of it, and thank you for kicking us off, Hobo, but if I do decide to get rid of it, if you don't think that I'm going to cut it that way first, then you must not know about me. Because, look, there will never be any photo evidence. Nobody will ever know that I ever did it. But you can rest assured, if you see me tomorrow or a week or two from now, and this is all gone, you can bet, even though you'll never see it, and there will never be any evidence that it ever happened, that I did trim it down to Charlie Chaplin levels just to see what it looked like. But I cannot afford to take that picture. Johnny knows what I'm talking about, but I will just say there are too many things in the works for Steel Toe for me to get caught with that picture. Maybe if this was like maybe if this was like a year ago where we had no prospects and we were looking like we were going to be with these YouTube retards forever, then I would say, yeah, fuck it, who cares? We got too many things going on. Too many irons in the fire for me to get caught with Hitler mustache. Jesus. Not going to work. Again, I can't get caught with it. Look, if I'm going to get rid of this, and right now it is 53-47, so it's very close. But if I ever get rid of this, I spent all this time growing it. You have to know what it looks like 30s way, right?
You just have to try it on just once.
Yeah.
Right? Not you don't have to buy it and take it home. You don't even have to leave the dressing room. You just put it on, look in the mirror, and say, well, that's a thing.
If I try on a dress and I don't buy it, it doesn't mean I wore a dress.
No.
It means I tried it on. That's all. Orange Boy says, Aaron's more of a small mustache with a Sharpie at the anniversary site kind of guy. Dead Jester
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Dead Jester says Burt Reynolds is a Piazza, intimidating goatees needs to flex. That I gotta say, I will criticize Kevin for one thing. The Piazza thing sounds like something really gay dorky kids say. Like, oh, get it? He means gay.
Right.
I think he says that because like these boomers doing YouTube now, they get told anything by their chat and they buy it. And one example would be like, oh, if you call someone gay, your channel could get struck. Or, oh, if you call someone gay, you get demonetized. Or shit. Like, people fuck with these 60, 70-year-old men that are living on YouTube now. And they all just go, oh, well, that must be true. Sloppy Lasagna 26 in the chat said it, so I better not say gay. No, you can still say gay. Watch Mersh, watch Nightwave. You can still drop the N and the F-bomb. They ain't watching. Don't worry about it. I mean, you guys can. I'm not going to. But you guys can.
Yeah, just go ahead and throw an N out there.
Hobo Chili Recipe with 199 says, when shaving, I hope the Erica song is playing. Dario Delfino says, I'm sorry, Aaron, but you look like a child enthusiast. Look, you do not need to apologize for your opinions. Even if you're a malevolent bystander and you just spell gay out, if you have a gay tower in the chat, that's okay. These are all valid opinions on this show.
I think if you shave it off to a theme song, it should be Gloria. That'll be really easy for you to transition because you'll get you'll move in incrementally. And then when you hit the sweet spot, you can just switch from Gloria to like a rant. It's like, Gloria, sight the fight of your side, and then just let it go.
I could go Gloria into 99 Luftballons. That would work out pretty well. Dario Delfino says, my mother's nickname was Sloppy Lasagna at the brothel. Oh. Wait a minute. Mustang Ranch. I remember. Oh, I've never been to a brothel. I wouldn't even know what to do at a brothel. I believe it's something with penises and vaginas. I have no idea. Trucker 18-wheeler. Blah, blah. Here's what I do. There we go. Fucked up his little tower. Good job, everybody. Split the middle and sport the Weird Al stash. Maybe in overtime today, I do the Chinese mustache. You know what I'm talking about? Like the stereotype where you cut the middle and you just leave the little ends.
And the little, yeah.
Who knows? Nah, I won't do it.
Start growing it out so it can be like a whisker.
It would never be like a wacky on-air bit. It would be a long, drawn-out decision that I would come to after at least minutes of dedicated thought. All right, they're saying I should play Goodbye Horses by Lazarus while I'm shaving it. What the fuck? How about, they're saying, how about the Chaplain, of course. All right.
Would you invade me?
Lots to talk about today. Johnny, we all, a bunch of steel toe people went out on Sunday night.
Yeah, that was fun.
We did. We went to a bunch of places. We went to a bunch of places in St. Joe. Had a great time, and I will say, Matt and I. Matt, of course, our what do you call it? Guest
former second mic.
Former second mic.
Friend of the show.
Yeah, recent guest second mic. Matt, April, myself, and you all went out and had a few drinks. This was after April and I spent the day fishing. Just a wonderful Sunday. And we kind of like Sunday night, Memorial Day weekend, bars not very full.
No,
we kind of had the run of most of the places we went to, but drank a
much
lot.
to everyone else's dismay.
Oh boy, yeah. I mean, I tell you what, we we went home and Matt stayed here. He stayed on the couch. And it's so funny because April's like, guys, you know what we can do is after the show, we can watch Slam and Salmon and have some pizza. So April goes and makes a pizza. She turns on Slam and Salmon. Matt and I pass out immediately.
Like that.
So April sits there eating a couple pieces of a big-ass pizza that she got, while the two of us are just crashed out. Me over on a chair, Matt on the couch, and April just sitting on the floor like a 5-year-old watching cartoons, eating a Quick Trip breakfast pizza while watching Slam and Salmon. Oh,
this is beautiful.
Even when Matt and I woke up in the morning, still not much life to us. I'll be honest. This morning, not much life to me.
Yeah, I was wondering if I was going to be shouldering the show. I wouldn't say carrying it because I don't carry much well. But yeah, that's one reason I tapped out early. Like, I was like, oh, I came in on canes, and I was like, we were going around all the places, I should have used my walker. But I was like, oh, I also said I'd be on tomorrow morning just to F around with people. The few people that had to work and stuff, I'm like, all right, we'll do something.
Cheetos says, should have come out to Stoney's. We were packed. Yeah, well, here's the deal, Cheetos. How do I put this? I don't know if it would have been wise for us to drive that far. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I can say that without saying too much. Curly Adams says, all the steel toe people are pizza people, so clearly Oz wasn't invited. Oh, that's not very nice. I don't think Oz is allowed to drive at the moment.
That would have been late at night because even out in St. Joe, it was already dark. Yeah. So
Oz wouldn't have been able to make it out with us, unfortunately. Big thank you to John kicking it off over on Venmo today with $20, $275 away from hitting today's goal. Off to a great start. Thank you guys very much. If you feel like contributing, there's all the links in the chats. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Venmo. Thank you very, very much. All right, let's get started this morning. If you're a sports fan or if you played baseball as a kid, this first one today is going to be like, if you put yourself back in the high school days of, state tournaments, section playoffs, shit like that, your dream as a high school athlete is to go to state. I played baseball in high school. We never got close. We got to like the the second rounds of sections and shit like that. It was never like, oh, here we go. Oh man, one of the best teams in the section. That life wasn't for me. Our football team, our basketball team, never really a threat. I think our hockey team went 1 year while I was in high school. That was it. Well, there was a game, I believe down in Texas. I could be wrong, but I will guarantee you it does not matter for this story. It is 5-4 between Hornell, who's got 5, Palmax at 4. It's the bottom of the 7th, which is the last inning in high school baseball. Now, Johnny, the rule in baseball is if the catcher drops the third strike, he has to tag the runner out or throw the ball down to first to get the runner out. Otherwise, the batter can take off for first base and keep running. Now, there's 2 outs, bottom of the 7th. Hornell has a 1-run lead. Palmac has a runner on second with 2 outs. So if
tag this guy and you got the game.
Tag this guy and you got the game. Let's see what happened.
2-2, 2 on.
Okay, so right there, catcher drops the ball. Ball is right there between his legs. Johnny, what needs to happen for this game to end?
Grab that ball, tag that runner right in front of you.
Game over.
Strike three.
Now look, you see the umpire here tell the catcher, no, he's good. He's safe. You know, he's not out. He didn't call the runner out. Catcher
Strike
goes to tag him,
three.
doesn't reach him.
And he's out. Hornell wins it.
So look, so now the catcher and the pitcher are celebrating. The catcher has the ball. They are amped to shit. The guy on second has already taken off. They are celebrating.
While someone's screaming.
Two
the
outs.
outfield's running in screaming.
Yeah. People are screaming at them. There's only 2 outs. There's only 2 outs. There's only 2 outs. Now that
Wait
guy.
a minute, Hornell.
Now wait a minute. Now, did you just see that guy? Now take a look. This kid here is screaming at them. Throw the ball. Tag them out. Now he's tearing around second base. He's coming.
Oh, wait.
The tying run just scored.
Wait a minute, Hornell's
So
got
now
to pay
you're in
attention.
another inning already.
They are yelling for the ball.
I'm
And
not
now
sure
the
what's
winning
going on.
run
just came across.
The winning run just came across, and the game is over.
So is this the way it's going to end?
I don't know what this coach is yelling at the umpire for.
I guess they're saying that he was tagged out. Everyone's assuming that the tag happened, but he's saying it didn't happen.
I didn't see him tag the guy. I saw him try, but I didn't see him. I saw him give up
Yeah,
on
I
the
see
tag.
him reach for him. He kind of grabs and goes like this and just assumes, I guess.
Let's watch it again.
2 on. Strike three.
There was no tag there.
Yeah, there was no tag. He just picked up the ball and stood up.
Strike three.
Yeah, he did not tag him. And even the umpire said, no, he's good.
And he's out. Hornell wins it.
Yeah, I can hear
They
people
are-
screaming there's 2 outs.
They are screaming there's 2 outs.
Oh, wait a minute. Hornell's got to pay attention. I'm not sure what's going on here. So is this the way it's going to end?
That's the end of the game. They lost the game by not tagging the run. Oh, wow. Now, the second baseman was the only one on the team who knew what was happening, and he was helpless to tell anyone as his teammates were all cheering, and he couldn't find the ball because the catcher put it in his pocket.
Catcher wanted to keep the game-winning ball, for the game they won. That's going to be a great trophy. I bet he's got that ball at home on his nightstand right now.
Oh.
He kisses it every night like I remember this game.
I'm telling you, that ball got thrown into a bonfire this weekend. that ball was blown up by fireworks. That ball does not exist anymore.
Unless the other team asked for it. That would be really funny. Like, hey, can we'd like that ball.
Yeah.
We would really like that ball.
They go to the catcher after the game. They go, look, I know now's not the time, but when are we going to get another chance? Could I get that ball? I have a feeling you're not going to use it. Or the second baseman from the other team asks the catcher, hey, can I see that ball? And then just chucks it right in the catcher's face. Are you literally...
I feel like if you're the other team, you're like, hey, I'll trade you that ball for this penknife you're going to need.
Yeah. You honestly, they could have taken the ball, stood at home plate if they wanted to, and just waited to tag them out.
Plate.
Yeah. Or I mean, they would have stopped. You maybe would have had another batter come up or something, but you would have had another shot to get them out. Something. Never forget, kids. Always tag them out on that third strike. Dub with $2 says 07. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Stash is all right, but not by itself. You need a goatee with it, says Darren Orson. I disagree. I might get rid of both, but I definitely
didn't like the chin.
I didn't like the feeling of it. I didn't like it growing, and I might just not be a facial hair guy.
It would whisper to me in the night.
Yeah. I get shit stuck in it. I didn't like it. I caught varsity in high school. You learn these rules in Little League, says Michael B. Yeah, I mean that the tragedy of that is just the not paying it to the very simple slip up that caused you to fuck up. And the problem, like the issue that the other team faces is you kind of want to quietly run the bases.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to get too excited. You don't want to start screaming. You don't want to tip the other team off that you're fucking around and, you're trying to win the game.
Well, I mean, really, the other team was just following the rule of you don't stop until literally the umps in this case, because refs, but you don't stop until the umpire's like, nope, that's the game. It's done.
Right.
Like, you let them come in and tell you you're done playing. So they just keep going until someone tells them to stop. And that was their whole plan. Like, no one told me to stop running. I'm just going to keep going.
Right. So they won. They're going to state now. That was the section championship, and they won it. Congratulations. They clearly deserve it. I got Phoenix with a good question. He says, so think about this. The batter didn't swing. So how is that a third strike in the dirt? I don't think it was in the dirt. If we go back and watch it one more time, I think the catcher caught it at about knee level and just dropped it.
Okay.
Like, he literally just went to try and catch the pitch, and it rolled out of the tip of his glove.
2-2, 2 on. Strike.
Oh, you know what? Maybe that was in the dirt a little bit. That was a shitty call by the ump. Was that inside too?
2-2, 2 on.
No, that was a breaking ball. So that crossed the plate at his knees for a strike, but it was diving. It was dropping off. So I think it was a breaking ball. It caught him at the knees, and the catcher just didn't stick with it to the ground. It didn't look like a bad pitch.
2-2, 2 on. Strike 3. And he's out. Hornell wins it.
Oh, no. And the ref's even just going with the
Look
audience
at
on
that.
it.
I just love watching that second baseman right from the jump. As he's just like, no, come on, asshole. Retards.
Oh, wait a minute. Hornell's got to pay attention. I'm not sure what's going on here. So is this the way it's going to end? Wow.
I'm going to go home and hurt myself now.
I mean,
is this the way it's going to end?
that ump didn't do
End like that?
Yeah, that ump didn't do anything wrong. He went like this. He said, he never called the game off. So it's not the umpire's job to yell at the other team and say, "Hey guys, aren't you?" The umpire cannot yell to the other team, "Hey, aren't you going to go tag that guy?" That's like the ump yelling out to the pitcher, "Try a curveball next pitch." Can't do that.
I mean, just literally, he can't watch them run away and go, hey, you're not doing your job. The game's still on.
I mean, literally, his job is to call balls and strikes. There's still like 50 seconds left of this. I want to see how this ended up. So now both teams have celebrated on the field. Oh, they
Cal
are.
Mac's going to win it?
Yeah, Pal Mac's going to win it. What could you
caught the ball.
No, he didn't. He dropped it. It was rolling around in the dirt. We saw it. So that's it.
I love the people screaming he caught the ball.
Right.
So they're going to send everyone back here. I'm not sure what they're doing to talk about it. Maybe not. Oh, they're giving it a victory. Wow, this has got to be the most bizarre ending I've ever seen, and Hornell's going to lose the championship because of that.
That announcer is terrible, by the way.
Yeah, that is garbage.
Who in the world? I'll watch one more time. Who in the world would have said he caught the ball?
2-2, 2 on.
Yeah, the ball is
rolled to his foot. You watched him take his mitt and literally scoop it off of his foot.
2-2, 2 on.
Who calls this? Yeah,
Strike 3.
Yeah, the ump just yelled safe, meaning you did not tag the man. Yeah, I don't know who in their right mind could have called that a caught ball.
And then even when that happened, as the catcher's running in, they said I heard someone scream, "He's safe, 2 outs, 2 outs." Like, I heard that in the background.
He's safe, 2 outs, 2 outs. Kids' parents yell dumb shit like that. That's who. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's dumb shit parents. You're right. I said, who would yell he caught it? I go, dipshit parent. Fair point. All right, let's move on to something else. What a terrible way. Like, that's, if you're one of those kids who just, remembers high school sports until you're in your 40s, That's just a story that you like. As soon as like your friends from high school start bringing up the story, you just go, "Shut up, shut up, shut." No, you
You have PTSD when anyone has their glory days moment in front of you. Like, yeah, I remember the time that we went to the championships, and you're just like, oh God, no.
Hey man, did you play baseball in high school? No, never. Why? Oh, sorry. I just asking. Just wanted to share some baseball stories. I don't have any. Well, I mean, did you play like catcher? Never. Not once. And I never put a ball in my pocket. Well, that's the weirdest thing to me. They're like, the catcher had the ball in his pocket. Who the fuck puts a baseball in their pocket? It's a cumbersome object to have in a small, especially baseball pants pockets. They're just so tight, and at least the way I wore them.
Yeah, that's one thing I never understood. Like, I got to have the game ball or whatever, like with football, basketball, baseball. A lot of them are like, oh, the game ball means a thing. That's never a thing in hockey. And I need the game-winning puck.
Oh, you guys?
No, it's just another black disc.
You guys didn't keep the puck in hockey?
Fuck no. We don't give a shit about the puck. We hate the puck. That's why we hit it.
No. Baseball, keeping the ball was like the thing to do. You kept the ball for everything. Your first home run, you keep the ball.
We had trophies and medals. You earned something. We went in, we gave blood, we got paid, goddammit.
I had a one-hitter in high school. I struck out 14 batters in 7 innings. What did I do? Kept the ball. Was I absolutely shattered and heartbroken that I gave up that one hit in the last inning? Yes. But I still kept the ball. One hit. Close enough. This weekend, we went golfing.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been breaking 100 consistently, guys. Next step, breaking 90. I was on a par 3.
Then after that, accurate scorekeeping.
Yeah. After that, counting drops. No, I'm kidding. No drops. No drops. I hit a beautiful tee shot on a par 3.
Mm-hmm.
I ended up 6 inches from the cup.
Oh no.
6 inches from a hole-in-one. And look, man, I am resigned to the fact that it is as close as I will ever get. The odds of hitting a hole-in-one in golf are, lottery levels. And that 6 inches away, I took pictures, the whole thing, simply because I knew that I was never going to get that close again. 6 inches away from the damn hole. April was there, but I made sure I texted my friend. And I said, hey, man, this is how close I got to the cup. Now, technically, this is a gimme putt. I can just pick this up for birdie, right? Because I was like, I just hit this thing 6 inches from the cup, and that's an unmissable putt. But I'm like, a birdie putt from 6 inches, this just has all the setup of a heartbreaking disappointment of like, somehow I fucked this up. So I text him. I said, now, as you as my witness, may I pick this up for a birdie? He goes, no, you got to fucking putt that shit. Damn it. So I tapped it in. It went in. It worked out. But in my mind, the entire time, I'm just thinking, how many different ways is this fuck-upable? And luckily, none of them came to fruition. Actually, what happened was there were 14 million scenarios of that putt, and there was only one where I came out successful. And just before I made the putt, April looked at me, and she held up one finger. And I was like, okay, good. I know I'm all right. And after I hit the putt, she looked at me and she said, you can rest now. And all was right with the world. Thank you very much to Hobo Chili Recipe for the $9.99. Says the celebration reminds me of when the Jews were liberated from the camps, but the Americans had to lock them back up so they wouldn't wander around spreading tiny hat cooties. Similar comparison. Good morning, Hobo Chili. Good to start another week with you, sir. 270. Away from knocking out this morning's goal. Thank you guys very much for your support. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, the whole thing. Gifted memberships. All of it.
I'm being
counts.
corrected, by the way. Apparently in the NHL, they keep the puck. I didn't know that. I never made it to the NHL, believe it or not.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, I feel like people would.
I don't know. I mean, if I had
puck.
a shutout, it never occurred to me to keep the puck. I've never heard of anybody keeping the puck. Like, it's just never a thing.
I'm Hoff First name, Agate, last name, with Chad Zumach as his profile picture. Wonder what that means. Says 1 hit and 6 inches is how I met my wife. Dario Delfino says 6 inches used to be average. Now it's above average. This pleases me. 1 perk to aging. Yeah, that feels great. Like now that they say like the average penis size is like 5 1/4, it's like when school's grade on a curve and you realize your GPA just went up, but you didn't do anything better.
Or like, when an account gains interest, it's like I have more money from nothing.
Yeah, but you don't. I mean, you do, but you don't. Like if
Right.
your dick is 6 inches long and that used to be average, but now it's 3/4 above
valued
average.
more.
Yeah, your dick didn't get any bigger, but it feels bigger at that point. Girls have the opposite problem. Girls' tits are getting way bigger because they're all becoming fat bitches. So when it used to be like 34C or whatever was the average tit size, and so most girls were like, hey, right. If I'm not
C cup, I'm in there.
Yeah, if I'm not there, I'm in the neighborhood, which is nice. Unfortunately, now it's 34 double D.
Yeah, but that's also because dudes are freaking tit hounds, and we've been hunting the big bootied and big titted women, and they've been producing more big titted children.
You see, well, the black athlete is the superior athlete because they were bred to be that way. Because back in the slave days, the master would take his big black and breed him with his big woman, and then they would have a big black kid.
We were talking about the boobs. This is no.
Jimmy the Greek, what are you doing?
We're not milking.
Wasabista says Aaron was heard screaming on the golf course, I wish I had 6 inches. Why don't I have 6 inches? And then every other middle-aged white man on the course was like patting me on the back going, I hear you, brother. And I went, no, not that. I have a micro penis. This is how I break the news. Oh, that's not very nice. You want me to put my dick on your shoulder, motherfucker? Exactly. Exactly. Xander Cruz says 34C was average. Yeah, dude, I remember when I was a kid, for some reason, I remember hearing C was average.
Yeah.
And now 34 double D is the average.
And that's the thing, too, like, a C cup's enough. Like, I don't know about most dudes, but if it fits in my hand, I'm good. Like,
yeah.
I can deal with more. I enjoy more, but I don't need it.
That's why I love Antonin Scalia's definition of porn. I think it fits for so many different things. Antonin Scalia, the former Supreme Court justice, they asked him what the definition of pornography, and he said, I know it when I see it. And that's a lot of things in life. Like for me, that's tits. Like, hey, Aaron, what are the right size tits? And I go, I know them when I see them.
It varies based on the body type, too.
Yeah.
If they're too big and she's too small, it's weird. If she's too big and they're too small, it's strangely masculine.
Girls with that like high school volleyball player figure where they're like tall, but they have no tits. It's fucking creepy. It's like a girl who's like 5'10" and has like B cup tits. It's that, like, to me, that's Slender Man. Like, that creeps me the fuck out. I see that, like, that haunts my dreams. Like, I have a recurring nightmare where a 5'10" volleyball captain comes after me offering to suck my dick. And I'm like, get away from me, you flat-titted weirdo. And she
I have
never
the
listens.
same nightmare. It's just I'm always rock hard after I wake up from it. I don't get it.
I sit there just punching her in the tits, hoping they swell up a little bit. And nothing happens, unfortunately. Yeah, I would say the most troubling build to me, outside of fat people, which are just generally unpleasant. In general, fat tits are weird. But I would say the most troubling build to me, outside of disgusting obese people, are the high school volleyball player build. It's haunting. Those tiny tits on that tall frame. Gabrielle Reese pulled it off. Why do I not remember Gabrielle Reese? I don't recall. That's on me. Speaking of tits, I found this New York Post story, which has no nutritional value in terms of news. It's just, I love and hate, as someone who needs stuff to talk about every day, and as someone who needs topics, I love how vapid the influencer culture has made women, like even more so than usual. And it's not just the vapidity that has increased. It's the confidence in it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. They believe they're right. They think it's right.
Yeah. It's not just stupidity, but it's a stupidity and a neediness reinforced by self-confidence. I mean, I always thought that a confident woman would be a troubling thing because we don't need them getting all uppity and shit. But I will tell you this, self-confidence in women is a wonderful thing because it causes them to embrace. Like if you're watching a woman because she's a fucking train wreck, you want her to be self-confident. You want her to believe in herself because you're enjoying watching the derailment. And in the case of like OnlyFans and like basically borderline sex work type of shit, women used to be ashamed of that. So if they did anything like that, they wouldn't tell anybody. Well, now these broads can't shut the fuck up about it, and I think it's great. There's a story in the New York Post about an 18-year-old cosmetology student who has a TikTok. Her name's Heather Nicole, and she is a nursing student by day and a Hooters waitress by night.
Oh, Jesus.
Now, first of all, Hooters waitress is like the one-piece swimsuit of porn at this point.
Yeah.
It's like
Hooters waitress is a stripper who's not ready to commit.
Right. Hooters is so old school. Like if a woman goes, well, you know, I have a second life outside of being a student that pays my way and it's a little embarrassing. And I'm like, oh, do you get like fisted on camera and put it on OnlyFans? Like, no. Well, then it's probably, look, you know, what did we wake you up out of a coma after 30 years? It's a new day. That's not anything below that is not embarrassing.
I'm a Hooters waitress, so you fucking serve buffalo wings in short shorts. Who cares?
You sell buffalo wings.
Tankini.
Yeah, you sell buffalo wings in clothing that compared to what most women just wear casually is a burqa. That you wear a full shirt, you wear short shorts, your tits show through your shorts.
You can think it's like risque. I'm sorry. I went to the gym. That's what they're all wearing while they work out now.
Right, exactly. Hooters waitress. I don't know. Like, okay, if you want to have an embarrassing I'm a hoe paying for college story, it starts at the pole and it ends at DP on OnlyFans. So I know you're trying to make it look like you have some kind of shady, sex secret. No, turns out none of us care. The cosmetology student stripped off her loose-fitting black medical scrubs to reveal the notoriously skimpy Hooters uniform hiding underneath. Here, I'll play this for you guys. I hate TikTok's play system.
I tell her shake that shit. I so fat might break that shit. Yes, I had to take that risk.
Like, look at that. That's not.
Oh, wow. She's wearing short shorts.
Oh, my God. She's wearing shorts. Oh, there's cleavage on her shirt. Oh, my God. This would be so risque in the 1980s. Yeah, I'm sorry, kid. But, like, it's kind of like anything else. We're so desensitized now. You're going to have to show me something much worse than that to make me go, oh, man, how do you talk to your parents? Your parents could go to the restaurant you work at and order food from you, and it would be fine.
Guys, I have to change my pants. I think I saw cleavage and I came.
Olive Garden waiters look like that now. And that's the dudes. So
I tip them too.
Yeah, God bless them for their confidence. Nicole modeled the sports bar chain's iconic owl emblem on a black t-shirt. Honestly, with all the porn and OnlyFans and all this other shit, Johnny, I don't know how Hooters stays in business.
I think literally that's, if you're someone that's that desensitized by porn, that's the only place you can eat. Everywhere else, it's like there's no life here.
Yeah. What did we turn into an Islamic country all of a sudden? Everyone's wearing pants. Multiple followers commented under the video, which raked in thousands of likes, of course. She could run me over and I'd say sorry, one commenter wrote. Oh, God bless simps. Which reminds me, April will be on Simpcast this Sunday. Be sure to tune in. The influencer routinely posts videos of herself singing along with other cosmetology students and her Hooters coworker. Oh, so not nursing school, cosmetology school. So you're going to school to be a hair cutter?
Yeah, and a beautician. So you're going to school for an empty, vapid job. No offense. and you work at a Hooter. Just be a freaking be a stripper.
Yeah. What's the difference?
Or an OnlyFans.
Cosmetology,
go all the way.
hair and nails. That's one of the weirdest ones. Like, of all the things the government makes you get a license for,
Does
hair
she do
and nails.
drugs?
Yeah. No, she does hair and nails. But like, hair and nails is one of those things where, like, just talk to one of the people at the salon who does hair and nails and they can teach you and then you can do it. I mean, what a racket that they force you to spend a shitload of money to get certified to do people's hair and nails. It's
Actually, some of that stuff can get pretty, like, in depth. I don't know if it needs schooling necessarily,
right.
but
just have some other chick teach you. Michael B says, just be a cam girl, right? You don't even have to talk to people. It's wonderful.
that's one thing that was weirding me out when I worked at Fat Jack's. I was like, why don't these ladies just do this shit at home on an internet thing and make buku money? Because they give so much of it to the club with the way that it's worked out. They have fees that they have to pay, like, and they're like on the hook for so much money just when they go and say, I'm going to work tonight. And it's like, oh, wow, that's a bitch.
It's such an antiquated model, the whole stripping thing. But I guess, some towns, they still need it, Boomers and Gen X haven't figured out OnlyFans yet. So I think they still need strip clubs. I think my generation had started dying. I know once we could legally drink, we didn't go to strip clubs anymore. We went to the strip clubs.
Kissing technology. I imagine freaking Wi-Fi. What are the Wi-Fi flashlights? And is going to be a thing eventually. You just be wearing a pair of goggles. You got your milker on your junk, and you just go to town.
It's just all the romance is going to be taken away soon. But like, my friends and I went to strip clubs between the age of 18 and 21 because we could pack a little booze with us. You'd get 2 free sodas, and then you'd mix. You get 2 half and half drinks right away. You catch a little buzz at the strip club, and you could drink legally. After we turned 21, there was no reason to. Again, because all the girls dress like strippers now when you go to the bar. So what's the difference?
Yeah. They're going to put their ass out anyway.
Yeah. And if you tell them they're pretty and their dad was wrong, you'll get a lap dance for free.
At least when she touches it, you don't have to pay her.
Exactly. Yul Gibbons says, my mom did eyelash extensions full time over 2 years, and then they changed the law and she had to go to school to keep doing it. Right. How fucking ridiculous is that? That the government says, hey, you better go to school to learn how to do that woman's nails. It's like, don't you people do that to each other? Like, in your homes? Don't you all just kind of know how to do that shit? A license to braid hair.
I assumed you guys like studied and practiced that shit on each other when you were lezzing out and stuff all the time.
I thought you ate each other's pussies and braided each other's hair.
Like when dudes are out like drinking and hanging out being dudes. I assume that's what you guys, you
guys were all just licking pussy. All right, we got everybody. I think everybody who's, oh my God, about over 300 people have voted on the poll of stash or no stash. 54% say stash, 46% say no stash.
And one of the 56 or whatever, or 43. 53.
It's 53, 46. So it's 53 point something, 46 point something.
Yeah, but one of them's April, so that also apparently counts more.
They did say that that April has, what do you call it? She's a super delegate for this whole thing. Yul Gibbons says you don't even have to pay the girls at the bar to drop that thang on it. Yul Gibbons, I love you, and you are a mod. You use the word thang again, and you and I are going to have a talk. Bishop says, I did acrylic nails in Los Angeles. We put pieces of razor blades in so the girls would drag their nails on concrete to make it a lethal weapon. That was prison, Bishop. That was not a nail place that you worked at. You're just trying to phase out of your memory the idea that you went to jail for a long time. All right, we've got more stories for you today. 2 Americans are dead. 2 Americans died last week from suspected meningitis. Meningitis, nasty way to go, by the way. But it's how they got it.
Get that from not brushing your teeth?
It's gingivitis.
Oh, Jesus.
Not nearly as deadly.
I thought that was meningitis that only affects gingers. God, I'm off. All right.
Oh no. So wait a minute.
Gingivitis.
You're thinking that you were you thought your mouth was going to rot out and you were going to die because the doctor told you had meningitis in your gums. No, that was gingivitis. That's just going to make your gums bleed when you brush. That's all. Don't worry about it. Gingivitis, not a big deal. Never hurt anybody. But 2 Americans died from meningitis last week in Mexico. Why? Because it was so much cheaper to get surgery there. Yeah. You know why it's cheaper to get surgery in Mexico? Because they have no problem killing you with meningitis.
Sanitize.
They'll kill you with meningitis. That's why it's cheaper. People go get tit jobs and butt lifts and lip fillers and okay, look, let's just skip through the bullshit and get right to my sexism. It's women. Women go down to Mexico to have beauty treatments done to them because, I can save $2,000 or $3,000. I got a way better idea for you. Wait a few months or a year, save up the extra $2,000 to $3,000, and just get it done the right way. I know it's more expensive here, but they do a better job. It's not some doctor going, "Hola, as soon as I am done removing this golden retriever's kidney, I will give you new tits." You don't want to go to that. It's like a doctor in the Old West, where you'd go to him and he just pulled out. He's like the local dentist, but he's also the doctor and the blacksmith. And it's like, I'll take care of that tooth for you. He just puts a foot on your chest.
What are the leeches for? The blood. That's what the leeches are for.
Puts a foot on your chest and rips it out with a pliers. It's okay. I'm a doctor. I'm licensed. A second American has died of suspected fungal meningitis after undergoing surgery in Mexico. Those are 3 words that should never be uttered by any American. Surgery
in Mexico?
In Mexico, yeah. Never. At least another 224 other Americans are at risk of contracting the deadly infection, according to the CDC, and they're never wrong. The outbreak is linked to patients who received an epidural anesthesia injection during procedures at Riverside Surgical Center and Clinica K3 in the border town of Matamoros. So these women cross the border. First town they get to, work on my tits. I get to the.
Hey, it's got great Yelp reviews.
Oh yeah. The outbreak. Both clinics, which lie across the border from Brownsville, Texas, have since been closed as officials investigate the deadly outbreak. Look, one person dying from meningitis, totally fine. 2 dying from meningitis, we might. You know what? We're going to shut it down and look into it. A Texan died from the same suspected affliction earlier this month, prompting the CDC to issue a travel advisory Tuesday for U.S. residents seeking medical care across the border. The Mexican Ministry of Health sent a list of 221 U.S. patients who had gone under epidural anesthesia at either clinic between January and May. 3 additional patients not on the list have also been identified, according to the CDC. Mexico has been grappling with the outbreak since late last year. Hey, no rush. I mean, we're only halfway through this year. No rush on taking care of this. Why everybody's getting meningitis business.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we have anything we've been ignoring for the last few years around there, like the border or anything.
Right, exactly. They're just following our lead. But the U.S. only recognized the spread earlier this month when 5 people from Texas who had procedures there developed suspected cases of fungal meningitis. Here, let me show you guys the building that these people are going to. There's Riverside Surgical Center in a border town in Mexico. That's where they're going to get all of their work done. And by the way, they won't tell you what kind of work they're having done. I'm guessing this is women having like tits and asses and tucks and lips.
Probably.
Done. It's got to be it. Because they're not saying anything about who the customers were or people leaving the U.S. for prescription drugs, dental procedures, surgeries, and other medical treatment, also known as medical tourism, is common, experts say. Mexico, Canada, India, and Thailand are all popular destinations. Yeah, and no offense to Mexico, but like you can go north and you can go to Canada. How are you not making that choice?
Well, it's just Canada. They also push the MAID program. Like, hey, if you're getting these tits and this ass, there's a lot of self-esteem issues. You know what can really fix that permanently?
That's true.
Good MAID.
If you go to Canada, you're like, oh, I'm a little bummed out about my tits. You want us to kill you? Like in Canada, you go up there for a boob job. They go, hey, I'm not real. They don't let you finish. They go, you go, hey, I'm not really enjoying my tits. And they just fire up a circular saw. And they're like, no, I don't. I'm not looking to cut my head off with a circular. First of all, if I were to come here for the MAID program, why would you use a circular saw? That seems a bit rich. You're leaning into your work way too much. They
push it all the way up to the surgery. Like, all right, we're about to use the anesthesia. Now, just nod if you want me to go double dose and we just don't wake up. You know what I mean?
We're about to put you under. Are you sure you don't want us to cut your fucking head off while you're under? No, I'm positive. If you give me bigger tits. All right. But if you wake up and you don't like the tits, do we have your permission to smash your head with a Gallagher mallet? No. In fact, these are all terrible ways to kill people, even if you are doing it out of some kind of perverse generosity.
All right. Well, how about we just put an explosive in your mouth and detonate?
Is it okay if we put a half a stick of dynamite in your mouth and just light it?
You know, like the classic, the bit where was it Groucho Marx with the...
Yeah, the exploding cigar. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll put a cigar in your mouth, but it'll secretly be dynamite. And then we'll light it. It'll be fun. No, I just want my tits to... Fuck it, I'm going to Mexico. Wasabista says trying to get a hangnail removed is like getting a liver transplant in the U.S. That's true. They say a lot of Canadians have a lot of trouble just seeing a doctor for a lot of stuff. Because imagine this, when the government pays for all of it, everybody goes to the doctor for every tiny little thing. And they gum up the whole works, the whole system. Wasabista says Thailand has excellent dentists, but no public dental insurance. Yeah, until, one of your dentists is one of those, Thailand specials, and as soon as they knock you out, you've got a lady dentist balls in your mouth. Congratulations. Less than 0.1.
I have to pay extra for that. Damn.
H says less than 0.1% die out of 100. One tooth implant in the U.S. is $15,000 with insurance. Out of pocket cost $7,500. In Mexico, total cost $500. A tooth implant is $7,500 out of pocket with insurance. I haven't
gotten one.
I know I haven't either. But
you're more the tooth guy than me on this.
I've never seen a bill even close to that big. And I've had some shit done, my friend. I'm not going to call you a liar, but I don't know. That seems a little steep.
I don't mean to say my mouth is fucked up, but I got jaws like a shark and just fucking
270 away from today's goal. If we knock that out, we got we've got some stuff to talk about for overtime. I guess over the weekend, Chad got himself in a bike accident that he went to the hospital for. And then after that, he decided he was going to try and get Kevin Brennan's wife fired from her job. So it's just another weekend.
You're going to get that channel back, buddy.
Yeah, another weekend in the world according to Zumach. We will have
I definitely need that overtime now.
Yes, we will have all of that for overtime. 270 away from today's goal. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, all the links are in the chat. Super chats and memberships count as well. If you'd like to contribute, not far away. I say by the end of this hour, since we're at the top of the hour, let's get under 200. And I think we're looking good. We appreciate your generosity for this listener-supported show. Go ahead and throw us a thumbs up. That helps the algorithm, helps grow our show, and that's what we're looking to do. In the 500s consistently. Looking to get into the 600s consistently, and then 7 after that. You know how it goes. But subscribe to this channel if you're not already subscribed. Trying to get to 10,000 by the end of this month. We got less than 150 to go by the end of tomorrow. Let's see if we can go on a crazy rally. Let's everybody hit subscribe and see if we can nail that. 149. We should have just like a little thing back here where we just take off the number. Little ticker. 149 away from 10,000 subscribers. Right. So everybody hit like, everybody hit subscribe, everybody hit share and make the show grow. Tell everybody how great it is. Don't just share it. Tell everyone, oh my goodness, if you don't watch this, you're a piece of shit. I mean, really shame them into loving this program. Wasabista says it's been stuck at 9.85 for weeks. No, it hasn't. It just hit 9.85 like 2 days ago. You psychopath. All right. Let's go to this next woman who, people are going to look at this video or look at the still of this video. And when I say that I'm 100% on this woman's side, they're going to think, oh my God, Aaron, what's happened to you? But this woman and I are about to agree wholeheartedly on race.
What the fuck did happen to you?
I'm telling you, me and Fat Orlando Jones here 100% agree on everything race related. I will. You'll see in a minute. Let's hit play on this. This woman, I think, has it right. As a matter of fact, I would like to see this woman run for public office. I think nobody in this world has a better grip on things, at least when it comes to a very particular group of people. Quite like this fine young woman.
Oh, Jesus.
It's truly amazing to me how fast the narrative changes.
Oh, my God. Is it a female Chad Zumach? There's narratives. Oh, God.
It's truly amazing to me how fast the narrative changes. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. White women are one of the most dangerous groups in the United States and abroad.
Johnny, when someone raises a great point, quite frankly, I don't care what you look like. I don't care what you got between your legs. I don't care what color your skin is. When you're right, you're right. And God damn it, Johnny.
I am so relieved. I was really worried that something had happened and you'd changed. And I was like, what the heck is this? And what does it mean for all of us? And then it's like, oh, no. It's just misogyny beating out racism. Got it.
Yeah, right. Exactly. As we've established many times on this program, my misogyny is much deeper than my racism.
It will always supersede it.
Oh, always. If you tell me, hey, Aaron, there's a black family moving in, I'd be like, oh, it's fine. That's totally okay. I don't really mind that. But if they say, oh, there's a single mom moving in, I'm like, oh, God, there's going to be a lot more problems to deal with. Fucking property.
There goes the neighborhood property value.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go.
I've said it before, and I'm going to...
I'd rather you steal my shit than steal my sanity. All right, I got one more time with this beautiful angel.
It's to me how fast the narrative changes. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. White women are one of the most dangerous groups in the United States and abroad.
I will say this in defense of white men and white women. How dare I? I was thinking about this yesterday. I think when I was grabbing this for the show. White women, white men, just white people in general, and I think this is about worldwide, are the only group of people you're allowed to talk this way about.
Yeah.
Any other group you talk this way, you're done. Just forget it. We don't know accounts. You got to be canceled from everything you got. You can sit there and just, you can puff your chest out and go, white women are the most dangerous pieces of shit on earth. And people will be like, well, as soon as you say that about a white group, you can't just go, wow, that's insanely racist. You're a crazy person. You should be canceled. People, even white people, will start tallying up. They'll go, well, they have done this and they are responsible for this, and add that up, carry the one. Okay, well, you can make a logical argument for that.
Well, I mean, it's easy to say that, Aaron, but can you name one example of a prestigious person of color who called out any particular group and suffered any sort of I mean, name one time that we've been like, hey, that's not acceptable. That's racist. Cancel this guy. Kanye. Oh, yeah.
Name one guy who's lost shoe deals, clothing deals, music licensing deals, $1.8 billion of his net worth. Name one guy that's happened to for criticizing a group of people that's not white. I'll wait. Thank you. Has anything ever worked with you? No! Mel got to still work after that, but Mel had to make all his shit himself for a long time.
But he still pulled it off, though.
Yeah. He went and he took a shit in the Jew's backyard, and they're like, well, he's a... really, they were like the mob with Mel Gibson. They're like, well, he's a good earner, We'll let him stick around and keep working. But
let him fucking talk to you like that? You see the money he brings in?
Yeah,
fuck yeah.
See how Apocalypto did? It's fucking ridiculous. But with this woman, I hate to do the hacky thing, but it's so true. You replace white woman with Jewish woman, black woman, Muslim women, any other kind of Mexican woman, Native American woman, and they don't listen to anything else you say after that. It is immediately, you're done, you're finished, you're over. But this woman sits there on TikTok just going, white women are the most dangerous thing in the world. And while I may agree with you, I believe we should be able to have that conversation about everybody.
Yeah. I'm just sitting here saying, I'm glad she said this. White women are the most dangerous people in the world. So I can go, yes. And the black community in America is, oh, that's right. I can't.
You walked right into the trap, you son of a bitch. Yeah, I'll always be the guy advocating for more speech rather than less.
Yeah.
I don't, when people are team right or team left, they always want the other side to be silenced while advocating for free speech and an honest conversation. Not me. I think this woman should be able to shit all over white women all she wants, and Anthony Cumia should be able to come on and give a rebuttal. You know?
I'm just glad I want these opinions out there, because then those crazy opinions get shared and people aren't as weirded out by my crazy opinions. Like, dude, a few good ideas, all right? Like a couple of them. Velcro, for example, that was amazing, right? Like the space program. I'm saying it wasn't all bad. That's all I'm saying.
Right. The space program, of course, proving that not all Nazis are evil, terrible people. Some of them create the space program. But stuff like this, yeah, I'm always for more talking. You know, I always thought it was funny when the media during the 2016 election was like, all this misinformation on social media. I'm like, so you want to get rid of misinformation? You want to get rid of people saying things that are not factually correct? Well, you got to find the switch to the internet and you got to turn it off. Because as long as there's a thing where everybody on earth can go on and post shit and write shit and say shit, there's going to be misinformation. It's our nature. We're a gossipy bunch. So my opinion is, don't try to limit misinformation. Let everybody throw their misinformation out there. Let everybody throw out their shit. Make them show their work, and then we can all talk about it. But let's find out why. I want to find out why white women are the devil.
At this point, we've pretty much all seen the video of the city bike incident between the black guy and the white woman. The black guy claimed that he bought the bike. The white woman claimed that she bought the bike. It was a tug-of-war match. But notice how white people were laying in wait for some little nugget of information that was going to absolve this white woman of taking accountability.
Yeah.
No, we weren't.
Yeah, no, we weren't. We jumped on that bitch right away. And then we found out, oops, we might have been wrong. Because she can provide the receipts for her buying the bike.
I deeply remember immediately hanging that bitch out to dry the second we saw the video. This is another thing. I hate how black people are like, oh, the minute that the white person gets proven innocent, we get to go, oh, see, all the white people were just waiting. And it's like, no. How about you just admit for once that some of you people are assholes, okay?
I love how she's like, oh, I just love how white people waited to hear all the information before they decided what happened. Yeah, you assholes. Why don't you just react knee-jerk to a video without all the proper context and then just be outraged?
Yeah, just burn a city for 2 years because you saw 30 seconds of an 8-minute video and you went, this is not acceptable.
Right. And meanwhile, if you watch the 8-minute video, you can go, okay, it doesn't necessarily mean the guy should have died. You could also get to, I feel like there's more going on here than what we burned the city down over. Nope. Once you burn a city down, you can't watch that 8-minute clip and change your mind. You're pot committed. You burned a fucking city down. If you look around now and go, oh, it looks like there may be more to this than meets the eye. Now all of a sudden there's a burning city and you look like a dick. So you got to avoid the looking like a dick part and just lean into the burning down the city part.
What are you going to do? Something out of character? Like take accountability?
Oh, boy, you do one Compound episode, and now all of a sudden, look at you.
Yeah, that stuff rubs off in a weird way. I just
told you.
Showered twice, and it's still on me.
You got to be careful. Go check out the latest episode of Steel Toe on Compound Media. We had Alex Stein on, and Johnny and Alex got into it a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still 25% on the fence.
Johnny's not backing down. Johnny still thinks Alex might be gay.
Dude, he released stuff since then. And I'm just like, all right, come on. He's trolling me now. He's trolling.
I think he is. I think he's now going to lean in even harder.
And then bravo to him for trolling me. I will buy in.
Also his favorite TV network.
Bravo.
Yeah, there you go. I love this woman. She's like, the New York City bike kicks incident, where white people were just holding out for all the information. Yeah, what a bunch of retards.
For the harm that she put these boys in. Whiteness is a cult, and they will always come to.
And you ain't in it. No, I'm just kidding.
Boys in.
Switch the whiteness for one word, and remember, someone else made that same statement.
Whiteness is a cult, and they will always come to the defense of their cult members.
As opposed to black people who are always remarkably reasonable and always taking other people's sides no matter what race they are and considering all the information and then coming to a wise and can we just admit that we're all holding up a mirror to each other? Like that okay, that's the difference between me and all these other people who bloviate. At least I can admit that I'm completely full of shit and I'm guilty of a lot of the same things that I criticize other people for. That I'm not perfect and I talk a lot of shit. That's it. Everyone else wants to act like there's some moral arbiter of truth. Like, this is what this person does. We all fucking do it. We all look at... Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying more importantly, like I said, it's not like we have in recent times seen an example of, again, people banding together to defend their cult where a member got attacked and we're all like, oh, no, we're just... Like, again, where was what was the big? Did we have a march? Did we have a rally? Did we make a law preventing black people from renting bikes now? No. We didn't do anything.
Well, I mean,
social media criticized this woman, but again, the minute she gets vindicated, white people are defending their cult. Like, no, again, facts came out.
I mean, nobody banned black people from renting the bikes. I did propose some legislation, but it didn't get anywhere.
Right, but that's my point. Yeah. See, like, there was no reaction. It's not like. And I mean, I support that legislation. I can't believe it didn't get voted in.
Yeah.
But there was no reaction.
Didn't even get out of committee.
If at least if we started like no justice, no peace the minute we saw the video footage, like you'd have a point. But nobody again, this whole like she's outraged at white people defending this lady, and that's after the facts came out. None of us defended her before, and we don't get credit for that. We were very quick to burn this lady down.
Yeah, we unfairly stereotyped her and shit all over her, and then we're wrong. So how?
And then we went to you.
Yeah.
This evidence that people are now getting on here to push to say that this white woman is innocent actually doesn't prove anything at all. But it does prove the lengths that some of y'all will go to protect white women. It's wild.
How dare you?
Yes.
How dare you say that I would protect white women? I'm lying in wait for those bitches to fuck up. Are you kidding me?
That extreme length we've gone to of validating things with receipts. How dare we? How dare we rely on accounting? That's such a white person's trick because they have money.
I mean, accounting's more of a different kind of person's.
Right. But those are only white people under certain circumstances, as we've discussed.
In fairness, they wrote the laws, so.
I mean, how people still see black people as one of the most violent groups.
Go ahead. No.
I can't believe people still think pit bulls are the most violent dog there is. We don't have continuing stories.
I want to hear her say that one more time.
Women. It's wild to me how people still see black people as one of the most violent groups.
You ever hear something when you're doing a show and you pause it and you go, I don't really know if I need to comment on this one. I feel like I can make a wacky face and then move on.
I feel like, again, pointing out receipts, Minneapolis. Tell me again there's a violence issue.
All right, let's do a fun little exercise. Let's look at the areas with the highest crime rate per capita, and let's just look at some breakdowns. That's all. We'll just do that sometime.
When actually the most violent among us has the inability to hold their community members accountable for the ways in which they harm other people. You know who you are.
Yeah, Whitey. Hey, ma'am, now's a little too late for subtlety.
Do you want to see all the countless videos of shoplifting and... I hate to point something out, but they're wearing masks, so we can't tell their identities. I don't want to misgender or mis-ID people, but I don't think they're white. That's all I'm going to say. I don't think they're white from what I saw.
I went to World Star Hip Hop the other day, and Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says Alex Stein will enter a man, complete all over the guy's back, and stare at the camera and say, yeah, see, I was just kidding. He's a constant professional. Yeah.
I think you mean consummate.
Yeah, consummate. The guy's just committed. That's all. He's just dedicated to his craft. Twisted F and Joker says, how dare anyone correct the narrative that was being pushed when the facts were proven? I know that's kind of what's leading this woman's entire meltdown. Is this woman is just going, yeah, I can't believe all these people heard more information and then started changing their mind. You're like, yeah, what a bunch of assholes.
I really want to take this video and put it on TikTok, only I intersperse it with clips like, how dare people say that black people are one of the most violent groups ever? Like, yes, the last fight that happened at an airport was O'Hare. That was that right. That was all white people. How many? That's right. The most violent airline is which one? And is usually frequented by who? Again, show me where the white people are being horribly violent. Well, wait a minute. Ukraine, Russia.
Yeah,
all right. So there's, yeah.
We do ours on a broad scale.
Right.
We get ours protected by declarations of war and money laundering. You know, we do it that way. Egg Picker says, my version of the truth is the absolute truth. Your truth with facts is wrong. I'm on TikTok daily. Pure source for best facts. Precisely, Egg Picker. Perfect. Hobo Chili Recipe says, hey, when Pier 1 shut down, I was ready to riot. Oh, goddamn, you are you're a soldier of fortune. Eagle of America over on Rumble says white women are the ones who push for abortion, and that affects African-American babies more. Wow, we're really getting deep into the topics. Women like this are the reason for certain prejudice, says Eagle of America. Oh, no, I think the ones Johnny was talking about is more. Ned's Rusty Taint over on Rumble says, here in Canada, when I go to the emergency room, there are 30 people waiting. 20 of them are from another country. Maybe Canada gets serious on their borders before we do, I think. Guys, if you'd like to contribute to the program, we are 265 away from today's goal. Let's get under 200 by the end of this hour. If you're feeling generous this morning, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, all of it counts. And if we get down to 0 on that goal, we got a lot of Zumach coverage today. Chad was a busy boy this weekend. He went to the hospital again. This guy with all of his hospital trips.
Well, at least one thing I know for certain from personal experience, one thing that comes with hospital trips, lots of paperwork, so you can just hold up the fucking, this is what happened. They give you a piece of paper before you leave. It's still like old school, like, no, here's what happened to you. I'm like, I have the online thing. You can email. No. Take this piece of paper with you. We printed it. You're not leaving it here.
Balls Deep gifting a membership to Nebo. Thank you very much. Those gifted memberships help nicely. We do appreciate that.
Thank you.
265 away from knocking out today's goal. Again, let's get that under 200 by the end of the hour. Thank you guys very much for your lovely contributions. So one more kind of Black Lives Matter related story for today before we move on to dick-shaped meatloaf. Patrice Cullors, you remember her, the former head of Black Lives Matter?
Yeah.
I say former because she had to leave Black Lives Matter after they found out she was giving her boyfriend millions of dollars in consulting gigs for Black Lives Matter. And then, amazingly, she ended up with $6 million houses.
Yeah, it's strange how that happened.
It's really something, right? And now, apparently, Black Lives Matter's donations have fallen off by like 88% year over year because people have found out, they're just stealing the money and funneling. They're
just they're committing cultural appropriation. We won't say which culture, but they're committing.
We're not going to say which culture they've been appropriating, but so this Patrice Cullors used her position as the head of Black Lives Matter to finagle herself some really nice gigs. One of those gigs was a contract from Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers hired Patrice Cullors to create like Black Lives Matter, racially sensitive content for Warner Brothers and their different streaming services and TV networks and things like that. Well,
do we have an example?
Well, therein lies the problem. Patrice Cullors has been let go from Warner Brothers and will be paid out the rest of the amount of her contract. But they had to let her go, Johnny, because of the work she had done.
What did she do? If they're letting her go, she did the job. She did the gig.
Nothing. She has so far produced nothing. Not like she produced stuff and they didn't use any of it because it was garbage. She didn't even create garbage. She just didn't do anything.
Then why are they paying out her contract? That seems like we don't owe you money. You didn't do work. That's like a hey, I bought this cheeseburger, but if you don't give me the food, I get my goddamn money back.
I got to tell you, I can't be angry at this. I think Patrice Cullors is brilliant. I do. I think Patrice Cullors, if you put her in the proper context, is actually a genius. And I kind of admire what she did. This woman saw an entire group of people, black people in this case, frustrated, angry, upset, feeling culturally repressed. She took that, created a foundation, promised these people the moon, took all their money, bought herself mansions and millions of dollars, told them to go fuck themselves. And even, here's what I really like about Patrice Cullors. She used Hollywood's white and other kinds of guilt against them, hooked herself, huge deals from Warner Brothers, didn't have to produce a goddamn thing, and she's getting paid huge money to do it. Or not do it, I guess, in this case. I like that. Fuck these people. Fuck these people who have that shitty white guilt who go, oh, if I just put a fat black woman in charge of shit, it makes it look like I'm not a racist. There we go. My hands are clean. Meanwhile, she does absolutely nothing. She leeches off of them, takes their money, and then they fire her. She never had any intention of making anything for Warner Brothers. She's not a television producer. She's not fucking Norman Lear. She's not a writer. She's not going to make a sitcom. She's just...
We hired the wrong director, the wrong cast, the wrong script. When did we go right?
Eddie, let's shoot this fucker. It's fucking Ed Wood. And she's never been qualified to do any of this shit. She's never asked people to have her do it. She just popped up one day and said, I'm starting a foundation. Donate a bunch of money to me. And these guilty fucks never asked her where it was going, never demanded receipts. They just went, it was like paying, what's that thing you could do in the Catholic Church back in the day? Paid indulgences.
Oh, yeah.
She got a bunch of guilty Jewish people and a bunch of guilty white people to pay indulgences to prove they weren't racist. And they go, look, I'm helping black people. And then Patrice Cullors went, I mean, you're helping one or two black people, but that's about it. And then, Johnny, when the tax problems came, when the government wanted to start looking into her foundation, what did she do?
Racism.
No, she dropped the fuck out. She went, I'm resigning.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She's not the head of Black Lives Matter anymore.
Well, I thought she was resigning because, again, they were investigating the money stuff. But doesn't that mean she still gets investigated and still held accountable?
No, she's brilliant. They're investigating the organization. She stepped down.
She's the one.
But there's a board. The board just went along with everything she wanted to do. Hey, we want to write checks to this consultancy firm. Well, we do need consultants. So, I mean, how do you not respect the hustle?
No, dude, I think it's great for her. Like, good for her. She found a mark. She took it down. But I feel like in this case, the mark was, the American black culture and the people who wanted to support it. And I can't believe there's nobody in that group that isn't very salty at this.
I mean, she played you. She won. What can you really do to her? Thank you to Xander Cruz for the $9.99 super chat. Says thanks for the entertainment each morning. You make the start of the workday tolerable. That's really the whole point of this show. That's why we don't do shows on like Memorial Day and shit like that. We have an audience. That's why I'm glad we didn't go down the just being gossipy drama YouTuber route, because our audience goes to work and they listen to the show to kill time while they're at work and have fun. If it's a holiday, we don't have an audience because those people have a life and they're off work and they're doing other shit. I think that's a wonderful thing. When I look at a show that does a show on a holiday and their numbers don't change, I'm like, you have the saddest fucking audience in the world. They don't have better things to do on a day off. They're like, if we would have done a show yesterday morning and we would have been in the 500s all day and 200 on Rumble and all that, I would have felt bad. That would have felt weird to me. It's just,
you guys don't have something to do?
Yeah.
None of you are hungover? Like I said, I did a show for the few people that were working. We did whatever like the chat wanted to do. But as a small group of people can attest, it was me effing around in a video game, just kind of keeping people company for those that needed, some interaction.
Yeah, after the show today, I'm going to sleep off the rest of my hangover. Plus, it's going to be like in the 90s the rest of the week. I ain't going outside.
I have to do a lot of shit today.
It's going to be a nightmare being out and about. 90 plus degrees. Ugh. Marley Analytics with $5 says, to be fair, Patrice Cullors played the long game. 10 years grift. Dude, she did a great job.
She did very, very well for herself. And I'm not pissed about the Warner Brothers thing, but I'm just like, I'm surprised that in Hollywood, it's like we gave you money for a product. I feel like even if we didn't use the product, they're very much about wanting to have it. And I feel like if you didn't do anything, the idea that they're going to pay you out just to be like done with you is weird.
Good for you, right?
I feel like that's getting one over on the mob. I feel like that's them handing you a bag, like, enjoy while you can. Enjoy your earnings. Like, and then you wake up with a horse in your bed. It just I don't know.
All right, let's see what we got cooking over here.
Call from.
Oh.
To accept, press 1.
Guys, you gotta tell us who you are, otherwise I can't bring you on. What's going on there? I'm hungover and sunburned on my way to an AC shop. Yay, says Kyle. That sounds a little rough. Granny Loves Anal says, pretty sure I saw that mustache at the local glory hole. You look like autistic Tom Selleck. Granny doesn't know how to spell, unfortunately. I have to self-edit Granny's spelling every time he writes in. But you know what? We make it work. 250 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for contributing. Juggler Trance says, losing Corey did save this show. Was getting rough with the drama. Then it's like losing Corey lit a fire, and you've been back to being on fire as a pseudo daily show since. Wait a minute. Is pseudo daily show a compliment?
It depends which Daily Show we're talking. There's many iterations of the Daily Show. Are we talking the Craig Kilborn one? Because that was kind of garbage. The Jon Stewart one, I think most of us would consider the gold standard. I would consider the Trevor Noah one much less so. And then everything that's happened since is bleh.
The Post can reveal no shows were produced under the deal with Cullors, despite Cullors saying she planned dramas, comedies, documentary series, and animated programming for children. Do you know what I love about that? She just fucking lied. She didn't work on it and then hit a mental block and then goes, oh shit, they're not coming along as quick as I thought. She promised them all of this shit. They wrote her a check. She did to Hollywood what she did to Black Lives Matter. Everybody who gave her money said, this is going to help all the black people, right? Oh, yeah, it'll help all the...
This is going to help black people, I guarantee it.
Yeah, we got all kinds of plans. We're going to do this, that, and the other thing, and then just fucking never did it. It's great. And nobody signed any paperwork. She never wrote up any contracts promising herself legally that she would do any of this shit. She used people's trust and guilt and fucked them and kept the money. I'm having a hard time disliking Patrice Cullors. You know who I dislike? The people who virtue signaled and used her and Black Lives Matters to go, see, I'm not one of the bad ones. I'm one of the good white people. I'm decent. And you gave your money to a fucking huckster because you don't believe in shit. You don't believe in equality. You're not anti-racist. You're just as big of a racist piece of shit as the people you criticize. You just wanted to feel clean on your soul. So you didn't research to see if it would help anybody. You gave it to a fucking grifter and a charlatan. She lined her pockets with it. She's not the problem. You're the problem. I always say this about scams. I don't blame the scammer. I blame the mark. And in this case, Johnny, Warner Brothers.
Mark is the rest of us.
Yeah. The studio signed an overall deal with BLM co-founder Patrice Cullors at some point in 2020, said a source familiar with the studio's contract negotiations. The deal expired at the end of October 2022. The deal, unfortunately, did not result in any produced shows. So she was there for 2.5 years and made nothing. And I'll
do it tomorrow.
And she made bank. She said that she was working on documentaries on how the idea of land back, in which Native Americans have former tribal lands returned, could work as reparations. Another was on black social mobility in the U.S. So this woman had the balls to fucking tell people, here's what I'm working on, here's what the documentaries are going to be. And then you know what she did, Johnny?
Nothing.
Nothing. I'm having a hard time criticizing this one. I don't know how any of you could criticize this woman. I like what she did.
She is a woman.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I was getting out over my skis there for a second. I forgot the prime directive. Cullors also said she was working on a scripted project about marijuana and others on female black leaders.
All right, now I hate her. You made promises, lady. There are some of us who are waiting for this documentary on marijuana to vindicate us, all right?
You already had that. It's called Up in Smoke. It's made like 40, 50 years ago. And others on black female leaders and what she called the toll of life under a system that doesn't see us or make us hyper visible and also hyper invisible at the same time. So this is what I love about her. She spouted this bullshit to these people and they ate it up because that's what they wanted to hear.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I don't feel bad for them at all.
No.
I don't feel bad for the marks with scam, but I also don't. Just something about the scam, like you're gonna fucking lie and cheat people. I'm just like, I don't care for it.
I'm doing one on how the Asian railroad employees were exploited. See, she didn't say that one because the minute they saw some radical black woman gave a shit about Asian people, they're like, oh, she's full of shit.
All right. This is a fun. Okay, where's Ashton Kutcher? I'm being punked.
Jack Zim says, didn't she invent the peanut too? Sir, that was George Washington. That was George Washington Carver, and nobody ever accused him of inventing the peanut. Although Patrice Cullors might have made a documentary suggesting that George Washington Carver indeed did invent the peanut. I don't know. But like everything else, it never actually got produced. We're
working on an in-depth documentary. It's very nail-biting. It is about, in fact, who let the dogs out.
We've answered the burning question, finally, of who indeed did let those dogs out. Yeah, I guess call me black-pilled, call me whatever you want to call me. But
hey, that's racist.
Yeah. Yeah, call me black-pilled, but like stuff like this, I don't blame the scammer. I blame the mark. And she made millions and millions of dollars exploiting the guilt of people who do shit. She exposed, and I don't think she cares, first of all. I think she cares about the money. But she exposed how empty the guilt-ridden promises of wealthy white people in power are when it comes to race. And I, for one, am enjoying it gleefully. External extrapolations. Oh, he's talking to Hulkamasha Baby. I'm just going to get lost if I read that. All right, boys and girls, 250 away from today's goal. If you'd like to chip in the next 20 minutes or so, we'd like to get, or next 25 minutes or so, we'd like to get to under 200. No, Katie Kidney, we cannot prove that Jews let the dogs out. That's not. Oh.
I mean, it does sound like they say that in the song. Who let the dogs out? Juice.
I don't know. See, I think if you go back and listen to that song, I think what you're spreading right now is
I think we might have to look into that.
Yeah, look, man, I understand if you're one of the people who got like conned by Patrice Cullors, you probably feel bad, but like
I want my $20 back, bitch.
I would honestly
that Patrice Cullors owes me $350.
About $350. Be funny to talk to Black Lives Matter or like to talk to black people about it. And they're like, no, I didn't donate to that shit. Why? I didn't trust that bitch for a minute. That looks like the same bitch who tried to sell me a new roof and then walked away. Got my daddy like that years ago on a Cadillac. All right, let's watch the Dick Meatloaf story. Dick Meatloaf, of course, my favorite private eye from the Dick Tracy series.
I was going to say it's my favorite 80s cover band.
Dick Meatloaf. It was guys who did Meatloaf songs, but they wore the Red Hot Chili Peppers socks on their dicks.
Mm-hmm.
So they do helicopter spins with their cock and go, you took the words right out of my mouth. Oh, it must have been while you were kissing me. That would be kind of wild to watch a Meatloaf cover band with socks on their cocks. You know what?
I would do anything for love,
As
but
their,
I won't do that.
as their dick slowly rises. I would do anything. Hey, stage manager, we're a little hungover tonight. Our dicks aren't working as well as they usually do. Could you attach the string to the sock and just lift the cock up manually as we sing tonight? And
You can tell which one's well endowed and which one isn't. The bass guitarist only has half a sock ever up. The other half's just dangling.
As they get older, the shows get less and less, energetic, as it were.
The socks hang lower and lower to the floor.
Yeah. Let's watch a Dick Meatloaf story out of Connecticut. Here you go, boys and girls.
An inappropriately shaped meatloaf and sexually explicit comments made in front of minors prompted an investigation into the Cromwell Fire Department.
Oh, that's interesting.
Stephen Colbert.
Yeah. Yes, that's interesting. Okay, so if you make a cock-shaped meatloaf, you got to be investigated because, hey, man, kids are around. But something that looks like a medieval dragon fucked a clown whore reads books to your kids with their cock tucked into their asshole. If you want to have an investigation about that, you're just a giant bigot. But a meatloaf that vaguely looks like a cock, I mean, for God's sake, there's kids around. A monstrosity unto God reads your kids a Curious George book. Hey, if you don't accept that, you're a bigot. You know how many Holocaust survivors are still hanging around that would probably read a book to your kids?
Technically, that meatloaf cock is the best example of trans. It starts as one solid thing, and then you turn it into something else. That is a trans meatloaf.
Yeah, you got to use a lot of knives and tools, and you got to manipulate it.
Chief Investigator Len Bestoff is here now with all the details.
Few people actually know meatloaf always tastes best with a little bit of hormone replacement therapy.
Keisha, Mike, this certainly raised some big questions. An NBC Connecticut investigates through.
Did this creepy fuck just do a weird dick reference there? One more time.
Big questions.
I was too busy.
An NBC Connecticut.
The details, Len.
Keisha, Mike, this certainly raised some big questions. An NBC
raised big was this guy trying to do a cock thing with the meatloaf tease?
I don't know. As soon as I saw his face, I'm like, check his computer. So I wouldn't have thought.
Details, Len.
Keisha, Mike, this certainly raised some big questions. An NBC Connecticut investigates through a public records request, obtained copies of the emails between the owners of On Scene Training and the Cromwell Fire Chief.
On November 30th of last year, Brian Petroselli of On Scene Training emailed Chief Jason Brady to tell him the company would no longer use Cromwell Fire for clinical observation for its EMT training courses. Petroselli said he received complaints from a few of his students about the unprofessionalism they witnessed by members of Cromwell FD.
So they were doing EMT training with that fire department. And they found out that the guys who were in this fire department kind of act like frat boys and were taken aback by it and said, we're not going to let our students train there anymore. I need to know how fucking bad these guys were, and I'm probably going to laugh. I hope dick-shaped meatloaf was just the tip of the dickberg, if you will.
He expressed concern in particular for his underage students who were as young as 16. They reportedly overheard conversations of a sexual nature and other statements he said students felt should never be discussed in public.
I got bad news for you, kids. If you want to be around dead bodies and ODing people all the time, you're going to hear some really fucked up humor.
You're going to need to actually kind of live a touch beyond the pale because you're going to be working in it a lot.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing a lot of shit that would break people psychologically, and you're going to have to deal with that with what they call gallows humor. So if you want to know how the game is played, if you want to see how the sausage is made, you can't complain when you see it. Because like cops or, EMTs, when they're carrying out dead bodies and shit, they're making jokes. They're saying all kinds of inappropriate shit because they've
got to break the mood.
Yeah, it's a coping mechanism with the insane shit they see on a daily basis.
Otherwise, you are not going to make it a week in that job.
Yeah.
You'll either quit or you'll quit.
You're going to be like Jack Nicholson in The Departed. You're going to go, that one fell funny.
In a follow-up email about a week later, Petroselli said he learned of another incident involving dinner served during one of the shifts. It was allegedly a meatloaf shaped like a male body part.
An elbow? A hemorrhoid? What?
What body part?
In the email, it says a meatloaf shaped like a large, and then it's blurred out. Did they say penis, cock, dick?
Wang?
Hog?
The email said even the students who did not see it firsthand heard about it on other shifts, and it led to a lot of joking of a sexual nature and swearing.
Oh, God. You people are going to be watching people die in front of you. You're going to be watching people taking their last breath, and you're now going to sit here and tell me that a few guys making fun of a dick-shaped food is going to shake you up. Then you know what? They should have more dick meatloaf nights so we can separate the wheat from the chaff.
Yeah, dude, this is nothing compared to the night where you're going to have to go into a meth house that caught fire and take out, like, a dead baby or something. You're going to have to be ready for some truly horrendous shit. If Dick Meatloaf is waving you off, then it did you a favor.
Right. You're going to be, your first night on the job, you're going to see a 16-year-old OD'd on fentanyl and die in front of you, and you're going to go, boy, I could use a piece of dick-shaped meatloaf right about now. You're going to be begging for that cock-shaped meatloaf when we're done with you.
The chief's initial response to on-scene training said the department does not condone such behavior and the district would investigate and take appropriate action.
Now, wait a minute. We are forgetting one part of this in our outrage. It is impressive and shows a level of culinary commitment to make a dick-shaped meatloaf.
Yeah, not just anybody can do that. That's
Right.
a skill.
It is a skill. And I mean, did they make it a little crooked? Did they give it balls? Like, there's things we need to know about this. But these whiny little cunts in the EMT training course ruined it for all of us.
Was it veiny?
Right, exactly. What'd you do? Did you crust some barbecue sauce on there to make it look like veins? What did you do?
The fire district tells NBC Connecticut no disciplinary action was taken against those involved. However, our request to...
Hey, I want these people to lift me out of my home and carry me down 3 flights of steps while their life is in danger, but I don't want them eating any foods that are shaped like cocks. How about people who save lives for a living get to do whatever fucked up shit they want, as long as it's legal?
I remember a couple weeks ago when the EMT was literally carrying me out of my house. I was like, all right, you guys don't do anything that's like, childish or inappropriate humor, right? Like,
you guys
I don't want to be saved by somebody who thinks, dick jokes are funny.
You guys didn't misgender anyone on your way here, did you? If so, put me down.
See, the finished investigation report was denied. The fire district cited an exemption to Connecticut's Freedom of Information laws. Patrice Cullors says he is satisfied with how the fire district handled the incident. Len Bestoff, NBC Connecticut Investigates. Keisha Beck.
In other words, like the fire chief was like, yeah, you guys complained about the dick meatloaf. You're not going to work with us anymore. All right, you went that way. We're going to go this way. Everybody's happy.
We investigated and took the appropriate action, by which we mean he sat the 2 guys down. I can't believe you guys would do that. You would make the dick meatloaf and forget the string cheese in the middle. There is no point without the urethra of cheese in the center of that dick loaf. It is a disgrace to this apartment. You're fucking embarrassing.
You didn't put a urethra in the meatloaf. You should be ashamed of yourself. And you call yourself a fireman. Yeah, the Killer Beehive writes in the chat, not swearing. God, could you imagine? Hey, I want to help people who OD on fentanyl and who die in front of me and are who need resuscitation on site, but I don't want to hear the F word. Like you said, if this kind of shit shakes you up and they leave, then they should keep doing these things because it's a good way to weed out the weak.
Yeah,
I like it.
We should all say thank you because we didn't need that person involved.
Yeah.
We got a real shit show on site, Chief. That's it. I'm out. He's swearing. I'm not doing it. Fuck the orphanage. I'm not doing this.
Guys, we got a 5 alarm that we got to get to, and we're going to knock that fucking thing down, and we're going to save some goddamn lives. Excuse me, Chief. Don't you mean frickin' thing and gosh darn? All right. Everybody tape him to the flagpole and burn him with lit cigarettes. Then we'll get to the fire. Good.
You ever throw swear words at a fireman?
He was an honest fireman and he got swore at by some piece of shit that probably still collects a welfare check.
See what this means? It means no
Swearing.
You see this? It means Dick Meatloaf. Oh. Cheeseburger Pie says it was supposed to be a fire hose. I swear I'm just not a good artist. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. He was just
That's
trying.
what it was.
Yeah. He's trying to do the ladder and then the two firemen holding the hose and spraying down the house. And it just, by God, if you wouldn't know, by the time I was done, it looked like a dick. Sorry about that, guys.
I don't know why it bubbled up on the bottom to look like a giant pair of balls. That's just weird. You know, shit happens.
$5 from Jared says, I told people not to donate to BLM, but got called a wow. Look who's laughing now, Aaron. I'm giving you this money to prove that I'm not getting scammed here. All right. Well, thank you, Jared. That's very nice of you. $5 in over on PayPal. 245 away from knocking out today's goal. Boys and girls, if I could encourage you to continue contributing to Steel Toe. In the next 10 minutes, we want to be under $200 and put ourselves on a good pace to knock out today's goal. And do 30 minutes of overtime today, which will cover the further injuries of one Chad Zumach.
You better be careful, man. Medical bills are no joke. They come after you hard for those. And he's had some financial. I don't know if you heard about this, but he's pretty upset about his income situation being all on the rocks. You don't need a fucking ER visit on top of that, man.
It is amazing that all of this stuff seems to happen to him. None of it ever happens to him when things are going well. It's always when things are really shitty and he needs a boost that all these hospital incidents happen to him. The don't fuck with Kumia oil can, the car accident with the lady, and now the bike thing. Somebody's just a clumsy little fella. We'll get to that in a little bit. Let me open up the 7 o'clock hour stories. Links are in the chat, boys and girls. If you'd like to contribute to our program via PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, or anything else, again, 245 away from today's goal. We'd really like to keep knocking that down. Thank you for your consistent efforts at keeping Steel Toe on the air. We do appreciate it. All right, we've got another Canadian story.
Oh, goody.
Another Canadian story that involves Canada just trying to help. You know, we've talked about the MAID program, and, you know, if you're ever having a rainy, gloomy day, somebody from the MAID program comes over and says, you know, how about I cut your throat? You know, just as a friendly neighborhood suggestion. Or, you know, what was the one? My favorite actual MAID story so far, I think, is the one where the old people or anyone, or no, it was disabled.
The vet that wanted assistance?
Yeah, the vet that wanted a chairlift.
Yeah.
Because of his leg injuries that he suffered in war. And instead they sent him a giant mailer
pamphlet
with pamphlets and shit encouraging him to use the MAID program. And he's like, no, I just need some help getting up the stairs. Otherwise, I'm totally happy. It's kind of like if you're in like a good relationship, but you raise a concern that you have, and the person's like, oh, what? So you're just unhappy? Like, no, just this one thing I wanted to bring up. And that was it. This guy's like, hey, Canadian healthcare system. I fought for this country. I sacrificed my legs. You think you could give me some help up the steps? I'm like, I don't know about all that. We could kill you. But I just spent like 2 years overseas surviving and not dying. I don't know why you guys would want to kill me. Well, I mean, look, you're the one making us bring it up, but you're very expensive to take care of.
Which is weird. You'd think they'd push that more for like the people that don't put in on the system at all, where it's like, hey, I've been on the streets just kind of, you know, dealing with this healthcare program. Oh, well, let's get you some housing, let's get you some assistance, and then hey, you guys that are really, really old, you guys are just kind of leeching off of that whole government assistance thing. How about you try MAID?
Well, don't worry. We've got other big ideas from the Canadian Health Service. A British Columbia high school guest speaker was there to talk about drugs and some other issues.
Right.
So they handed out what are called safer snorting kits to minors, including straws and wallet-sized cards for cutting powder into snortable lines during a presentation about harm reduction and drug prevention. This is not...
I remember DARE.
Yeah.
I don't remember DARE being like, all right, so now when you cook your spoon, hold it at a... Like, what the fuck?
Now, remember to flick the bubbles and push out any air that may be in the syringe, as you don't want to give yourself an embolism. Safer snorting kits.
All right, remember, kids. Now it's just a hair of a test bump. Make sure there's no fent in there.
This is just. I mean, it really is just a sign that Canada's given up, and they're like, look, we've created such a demoralized society that we know they're just going to do blow and all kinds of other, and snort Adderall and all kinds of other shit. We might as well give them the safe straws. It's kind of like San Francisco years ago when they came out with the idea of, well, we'll have needle exchanges because we know these bums are going to do heroin. We just want to make sure they're doing it with clean needles. And I'm like, am I the only one who doesn't want them to do it with clean needles? Am I the only one who thinks
I feel like that's part of the risk of the game, and that risk helps dissuade otherwise reasonable people from going, hey, you know what I'm going to jump in and try?
Yeah, heroin. The Vancouver Sun reported that these kits came with a booklet titled Staying Safe When You're Snorting, which contained helpful tips on having sex while high and sharing equipment. Again, this was at a school.
Equipment, the straw or my dick?
Yeah. Well, actually, if you use enough of this snortable stuff, you won't have to worry about fucking. Nothing will work. The booklet also provided useful information and guidance on various drugs that can be snorted through the device, such as fentanyl, cocaine, crystal meth, and ketamine.
Did they bother to throw in a sampler platter? At this point, that's all they're missing. You gave me all the tools. You told me what to do and how to do stuff on it. Where's the stuff?
At any point, did you guys remember to put in there, even as a footnote, hey, guys, if you can avoid doing any of this shit, that would be nice. We know you kids are going to do fent and coke, so here's a few straws and wet naps. Go to town. You may be new to snorting drugs or have snorted drugs for many years. Either way, this resource has something for you. You have got to be fucking shitting me.
How are people in Canada not freaking out? Like, if I was a parent, and I'm like, all right, so you gave him a kit, or her, not only encouraging them, but explaining how, and you gave them all of the tools. And then, at this point, I'd call as the parent, be like, yeah, I just need to make sure. Did you include drugs in this? Because that's the one thing that's not here. And I would like to say, where are they? 1 and 2. How could you do that to my kid? Because should have given them to me.
Right. The fuck was this for?
You won't appreciate blow. God damn it.
Somebody becoming a member for their 10th month says, here's for another month, I suppose. Thank you for contributing to this program. We are $245 away from today's goal. Only $55 in as we started at 300. Sorry for showing you guys a little leg there. Just doing a little adjustment. $245 away from today's goal. Let's wake up. Let's snap out of it. And let's start knocking that down as we're at the halfway point today. And we want to knock that thing down a little bit more. Let's go on a little bit of a rally. If you feel like chipping into Steel Toe, please do. We got ourselves a short week this week. We got a goal today, tomorrow, and Friday. I'm guessing most of Thursday's goal is going to be knocked out by the prize night on Wednesday night. So,
that's right.
Yeah, you're going to have a goal Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and you're going to have a goal tonight on the evening show. But after that, prize night's probably going to take care of quite a bit. So thank you guys for your support. $245 away from today's goal if you feel like chipping in. So this Canadian, the drug snorting kit that they gave the kids, it didn't stop there. One tip reads, have condoms and lube with you. You may want to have sex while high. Way to make this sound like the most fun any of these kids will ever have. Hey, have any of you kids thought about snorting drugs? We've got these safe snorting packs for you. Oh, 98% of you haven't? Well, the sex feels like angels are licking your ass crack. And you're having your balls tickled by cherubs for hours at a time. So make sure you've got rubbers as well. We've got those on us if you'd like a few. Adding a personal touch to your snorting equipment will help you better recognize your own when using with others, the kit reads.
Yeah, dude, I gotta go take this over and get it laser engraved. I'd like my initials on it. I don't want to confuse my snort straw for someone else's.
The school district said we were recently made aware of materials that were left at one of our school sites from a third-party harm reduction and drug addiction presentation that we do not consider school or age appropriate. Well, then, do you mind maybe vetting these people before you send them into your... It's too much, man. Camel Toe with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. 235 away from hitting today. Everybody throw in 5 or 10, and we'll hit this thing pretty goddamn quick. There's all the links in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page. 235 away from hitting today. Yeah, I can't remember, like, when they did drug stuff in our school, it was always like, it was pretty much the Nancy Reagan. It was the just say no, or it was like pictures of what it looks like, or it was they'd have drug addicts come and talk to you, or they show you a video of how terrible it was. Like, I
remember watching a video of a baseball player who chewed, and because they wanted the baseball player who chewed, like they wanted to show the damage that it does to your jaw. So they showed how he had no bottom jaw anymore. The guy looked like a really fucked up gopher. And it was just like, oh my God.
Right.
And I'm like, oh. And he's just like, oh, it's all gone now because I spit every day. And it's just like, oh my God, I don't want that to happen to me.
Yeah.
Like that was the hard thing. Like when we watch crocodile videos and stuff like that, of that kind of, like that's
like
the stuff
Trank,
you see in school.
Yeah.
Where it's like, show what it does to your skin and how fucked up it is. Don't do this. And the worst part is, I still ended up trying chewing tobacco, even though I knew that shit would happen to me. Guys playing hockey, so everyone spits.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, no, it just, ugh.
I'm not saying that just say no is the answer, because that shit doesn't work either. But I'm pretty sure that just say no works a little bit better than here's a snort straw, kids. Go ahead and do some powder and fuck each other. Like, I don't know if that's really a good counter to that.
You know, if we take away the taboo part of it, the kids will enjoy. Yeah, but you switched from taboo to now advertising. Now it's just like, wait a minute, I can't wait to do this.
I never thought the egg in the frying pan would be a viable alternative as drug education, but here we are. They've proven me wrong again. The Pickle Man says, I'm snorting sex crack. You think I'm going to be in the right mind to wrap it? Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. Oh, I'm glad that we snorted this Fent. You want to fuck? Let's make sure we don't get pregnant. Mr. Approachable.
Yeah, I want to be responsible now that I've done all of these crazy, reckless drugs from some guy that I met 2 minutes ago who said it was safe.
Yeah. Mr. Approachable says, hey, Billy, I see you only have the minimal requirement of flare on your snorting kit. If you feel the minimal amount is okay, that's fine. But don't you think you should have some more? Twisted Effin' Joker says, bedazzle your snort straw. Chad, get help. Son. Yeah, if found, return to. Oh, God damn it, man. I never understood the point of drunk goggles. That made us want to drink, says somebody. Oh, yeah, remember when they would have you
put
those
the glasses on you and see how weird and wackadoo it is?
Yeah.
But they don't explain it. You know what they need? They need a hangover pill. That's what they need. They need eat this, and then 5 minutes from now, you're going to feel what it feels like to have a hangover, like a really bad hangover. And then everyone's like, you know what? Drinking, man, that's stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, that just, because when you're young, you don't get the hangovers. You're like, who cares? This is fun.
How do you feel about gaining 7 pounds in a day because you're trying to eat yourself back to life? How do you feel about waking up at one weight and then drinking a glass of water and being 4 pounds heavier?
How do you feel about eating a greasy, like, breakfast sandwich and feel like it's the greatest thing in the world, and then as soon as you finish eating it, you feel like you're going to vomit for like 10 minutes? And
you're just going to shake and sweat the rest of the day. That's your whole existence. Or how do you feel being 36 and you went out to drink 2 nights ago, and you still know when work's over here, when the show's done, you're going to go upstairs and pass the fuck out? How does that feel?
Yeah. I don't know, but when you let me know.
Yeah, I know. I'll shoot you a text when I get up from my coma. Thank you to Raymond B for the $5. We appreciate that. 2:30 away from knocking it down today. You're getting there, guys. Thank you very much. Everybody, let's see everybody chipping in a couple of bucks and knocking that 2:30 down and getting us off to a good start this week. A good short week with limited goals. Let's see if we can get there. We appreciate it, everybody. So Canada apparently trying a new way of drug education, and that way is just giving your kids straws and going, do what you can. I never, when we were in high school, we didn't believe in using the drunk goggles. The teacher would always go, hey, you need to see what it's like to try and operate at a .10. Put on these goggles. And you go, don't need the goggles, teacher. I decided to do my experimentation, hands-on. So I went and got fucked up in the bathroom before class. So put that chalk line down, teacher. I'm
going
to show you.
And I am flying.
Yeah.
So you take that rookie shit and wave it off.
You guys bring karaoke? I thought we were doing what it's like to be drunk. Fuck. Went to a bar on Sunday night in St. Joe. There were like 4 people there, and they were all like fucked up senior citizens. So I played YG, My N.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, yeah. And we sat at a table like far away from all these drunk older people at the bar, and you just saw like 4 people from the bar just stare down at us and then look back because they're so fucked up they can't talk. And one guy was talking to me while I was ordering my drinks. I had no idea what he was saying. He was like that guy in Euro Trip when they're on the bus, and he's like, so I told the swamp donkey to suck it before I gave him a trouncing in the tradesman's entrance and made him suck me eyeballs. Like, what the fuck? And like the guy would laugh after everything he said. And I'm just like, yeah, right? And I'm just like, the guy, like, the fuck did this guy say? And then I saw the bartender do the same thing, and I was like, okay, good. Like, that's how you handle this guy. He's
We all later find out he's saying some horrible shit. Yeah. He's like denouncing the Holocaust and stuff, and we didn't know it at the time. We're just like, yeah, you know,
right? Exactly, yeah. We're 13% of the population. Am I right?
Oh no,
atta boy. Hobo Chili Recipe says he was mumbling, "You're gonna be my new Saturday night thing." You gotta catch me first, old man. Twisted F and Joker says, felt completely screwed over by those glasses. It gave me an unreal expectation of what 2 beers was going to do. Right. 2 beers still does that to me. I'm a lucky one. JJ says, did you discuss your almost hole-in-one yet? Yes, I did. Thank you very much. And it was an almost hole-in-one. Yeah, I had some people in the comments section going, you really took a picture of that? I'm like, fuck yeah. I don't know how many hole-in-ones you've hit in your golf career, but I know I'm never fucking hitting one. And so I'm taking a picture of this one that's about as close as I'm ever going to get. Thank you very much. I will take a picture of my almost hole-in-one every single time. And you can be sure
if I get a hole-in-one, there's going to be a fucking live stream video.
Exactly. Take a look at that. Take a look at how close that fucking shot came. Am I ever going to get that close to a hole-in-one ever again? That's as close as you can get without that fucking thing going in.
Did you give it the Happy Gilmore speech?
Are you too good for your home? Answer me.
Oh, man. I took a 9-iron. I purposely hit it right. Watched it start to fade left, and it went down. And when I hit it, when I saw it from the tee, I was like, oh, that was good. That stayed on the green. That was nice. And as I got closer and closer, I'm like, holy shit, that's kind of close. Get a little closer. Holy fuck, that's like right there. And then as I get right to the hole, I'm like, Jesus Christ. It just started to dawn on me. I'm like, I'm never going to hit one that close again. I will never get that close to hitting a hole-in-one ever again in my life.
That was my moment. I saw it, and I went, yep.
And it passed me by.
That was your Minnesota miracle.
Mrs. Balboa, do you hear it? Do you hear the sound of the parade going by? George Washington Duke called me and taunted me. I got a hole-in-one once in mini golf, says Killer Beehive. Hey, it counts. Toastmaster says, I'm excited if it stays in bounds. Attaboy. Yes, exactly. Nice outfit from the LPGA line, says Hobo Chili Recipe. Oh. Yeah, I should have just set off dynamite to try and kill a gopher, and then my ball would have fallen in. And it would have been a hole-in-one.
You would have walked up to that hole thinking you almost got a hole-in-one. That's pride fucking with you.
Fuck pride. The Fired Ginger with $5 says, Aaron, I'll one-up you. I played at a dinner rush at a local bar. Oh, I played it at a dinner rush at a local bar, majority of them white people. Definitely not YG fans. YG should definitely be your go-to make people uncomfortable song. That's a good one. You play YG My N, you're going to get some people to look. That's for sure. 220.
Are you guys singing it too? Just cheering it in the back?
$225 away from today's goal. I would shit my pants with happiness if I played YG at a bar that was full of old people and one of the old people got up and started rapping it. That would make me immensely happy. Guys, everybody fire off the like button right now. Help out the algorithm. Help out our numbers. Get us all pumped up. I want to see us in the 500s, 600s, 700s, 800s. I want to see us all over the place. I want to see Steel Toe get way bigger than it is now and continue to grow. Like, share, subscribe, as we are on a death march to 10,000 subs. We are 150 away, and it is not fucking moving. Let's get going. 10K is so goddamn close I can taste it. Let's get going, everybody. 225 away from today's goal. Let's knock that out, too. Let's get some goddamn fire in the Steel Toe belly. We ain't dead yet, motherfucker. Keep her going. Oh, speaking of dead yet, let's talk about Ukraine.
Oh, Jesus.
Johnny, we've given Ukraine like $200 billion now.
Yeah.
To arm them for their fight against the Russians that we kind of encouraged. And
why would you say that? We didn't do anything. But
we kind of set the wheels in motion for this conflict.
No idea what you mean.
And now are funding the whole thing as Ukrainian nationals have padded the pockets of the Biden family for years and years, really since he was vice president. Anyway, you would think Ukraine getting $200 billion worth of American taxpayer dollar funded weapons would be ecstatic about the whole thing. They'd be very happy about all the support we'd given them. Well,
right.
No. They're complaining that what we're giving them isn't enough. Saying that F-16s won't be the magic weapon to win the Ukraine war. So F-16s, which are a fighter jet good enough to take out any Russian fighter jet, not good enough, says the Ukrainians.
I don't know if you saw Top Gun, but as Maverick proved, the F-16 is capable of a lot more than we give it credit for.
Well, despite President Biden authorizing the training of Kiev's pilots on the aircraft last week, they're now good. So you would think that Ukraine gets the word that we're going to train them on how to fly our F-16s, and they would be like, holy shit, this is huge. This is big. They come out later that week and just go, yeah, but that's not enough, right? I'm sorry, but your country must not be under this pervasive threat of conquest like we think it is. If you're getting $200 billion and world-class fighter jets and you're going, yeah, but what else you got for me?
Yeah, but how many nukes can we score is my question. Can we get a submarine? You guys don't, you're practically a landlocked country. Yeah. What do you need a submarine for? Don't ask questions. Just give us the stuff.
What else can I squeeze you for? Xbox 360. So Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has been requesting F-16s since the war's early months. He's been begging for it. The Russians said, that's a red line. You give them F-16s and, well, oh boy, you on it.
It's game on.
Well, we got it to them. We're going to train their pilots on how to on how to use them. And now they're saying, okay, yeah, that's great. We got the thing we've always been asking for. What else? You're right. It is like an ungrateful kid on Christmas morning. Like they open a shitload of expensive presents you just gave them, and they went, are there any more? I don't see, no offense, but I don't see any stealth bombers in there. The fastest.
Well, that's the idea. You're not supposed to see them.
The fastest, quickest, and cheapest way to control that airspace was from the ground. You can either do it from the air or from the ground, and providing effective integrated air defense systems at the low altitude, short range, mid altitude, mid range, and high altitude, long range, he said. That is the most effective way to deny air superiority to the Russians, and that's exactly what they did. So if you give them missiles, air defense missiles, they need F-16s. If you give them F-16s, they need air defense missiles. God. Did, like, the Biden family not do enough business over there? Like, are they withholding
They got to be getting a cut of it now. I can't believe, like, you don't push this hard to fund another country for what is, and by the way, it's not even like it's subtle. That's the part that hits me in the dick every time, is we look at it and we go, oh, wait, it's very obvious that this is, like, one hand washing another and none of it's us.
Right. It's just amazing to me that they're getting all this shit and they're just like, hey, no offense, guys, but this ain't enough. Oh. No, that's okay. Just skip the thank yous. It's totally fine. Just, guys.
Hey, you're starving. Here's a sandwich.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you got anything to drink?
You got any chips, like, with the sandwich, or are you just giving me the sandwich? Like, did you just give me a double cheeseburger and no fries and a Coke? I mean, I know I'm starving.
There's no vegetables here.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm starving and everything, but no chips. I mean, that's kind of a dick move. 225 away from knocking it out today. I'm exhausted by the Ukrainians. And by the way, I don't think this thing's ever going to end.
Well, at least we have our government, on it lockstep and key with all of this stuff going on with the Biden administration. Because I don't know if you know this, Aaron, our government's very big on arresting the criminals. That's why we got Santos. That's why we're going to stop Trump no matter what it takes. And that's why the Biden whistleblowers are missing, disappeared, or been somehow
Well, because we're too busy getting all the real bad guys.
Yeah.
Like George Santos, for example. Or Goat Boy. What was his name? Q Shaman. Or the guy who put his feet up on Pelosi's desk. We got to make sure those guys go to jail. All those insurrectionists, except Ray Epps. All of those insurrectionists need to pay for what they did, except Ray Epps, who, remember, is a victim.
Aaron, I don't know if you know this, but Ray Epps wasn't really there. He just appeared at moments. He had nothing to do with it. He got caught up in the whole thing.
Oh, yeah, just got a little confused. That's all. Oh, shit. Let's switch gears a little bit today. Let's knock out that 225. Let's switch to something else. Hit like, hit subscribe, grow the numbers, grow the audience, make our show bigger. I'm never satisfied. Let's keep her going. Let's talk about school pranks for a moment. You have a high school in Caney Creek. I believe this is in Alabama or Texas, one of the two. And you have a school there that had some kids who pulled some shit, as kids are wont to do. Kids are known to, fuck around a little bit from time to time. Oh, fuck. I just took a look at the numbers today. We're doing shit. God damn. I'm going to retire, I think. I'm just kidding. I'm in a rough mood today because of the slightly hungover from Sunday, and I just looked and we're at 450 and fucking... Ugh, I hate being stagnant. I hate the fact that the show's just kind of has its audience now and is settled in. I want to see it bump up, but it's not. I got to get that off my chest that I'm a little bummed out about it, but we'll move on. Hopefully knock out the goal today, and then I'll take a nap and feel better. Ugh, 450. I shouldn't have looked. I was telling myself when I looked, I'm like, don't look. And I'm like, 450. And I'm like, fuck. It's not over 5, and there's nothing I can do. There's no good show or bad show I can do. It's just very mediocre, middle of the road, fucking barely existing numbers.
I don't know. We could try drinking and start calling out random people and making judgments.
I know that just makes me sick that kind of shit like fucking works, and like you bust your balls, put on a way better show than all these other people, and it's just ugh. Tuesdays too. Like it's always Tuesdays. Like the last few weeks, Monday will be a great start. Tuesday will be in the shitter. And then the rest of the week is good. I don't know what the fuck is going on with Tuesdays. Cheeseburger Pie says, you're such a puss sometimes. I just got to get it off my chest. That's all. Yeah, somebody says, it is what it is. Yeah, there you go. It is what it is. I just want to see 5s again. That's all. Just want to see 5s again. I don't know what I did. 2 Caney Creek high school students have each been charged with a felony after police say a fart spray prank caused 2 evacuations of the school and sent several students to the hospital. Dude, how fucking realistic are they making this fart spray now?
I have a really sympathetic colon. I smelled it and then I dealt it.
I have never seen people go to the hospital from a fart. And now you got people going to hospitals from fart spray. I'm starting to think that this fart spray stuff is not very accurate.
What the heck? Did you light it on fire? How did...
Right. Like, how is it like the nastiest beer fart that ever existed condensed into aerosol form and it's making people vomit? I don't know. It's, first of all, it's a great prank. I don't think these kids should be shamed. I don't think these kids should be, pushed away from exercising, obviously, what is a labor of love for them. But holy shit, sending 2 people to the hospital with fart spray?
What the fuck is Spencer Gifts doing? I don't remember it being that potent.
It would be more impressive if they sent people to the hospital with just farts. Like if they went, oh, it was fart spray, and the kids were like, fuck that. No, it wasn't. That was us. We shit our pants. And we made those kids get violently ill. Neither Navarrete, Arce, nor Flores could immediately be reached for comment. Yeah, they're a little busy being booked into jail for their high school prank. Nor could attorney Wendy Baker, who is representing Navarrete Arce. Flores did not have an attorney of record listed. Did you spray that fart spray? I am not going to answer any more of your questions until I have an attorney present. Got a lawyer up for my fart spray prank. On May 3rd, staff and students reported an odor on campus. The building was evacuated until the smell dissipated. Yeah, I don't know how bad this fart spray is, but it is not. It is not accurate. Familiar Human says fart spray, a.k.a. Agent Orange, right?
I didn't realize. I thought it was all a scam. I bought one of those cutie patooties and I opened it as a joke. And I don't know what Amaranth ate that day, but Jesus.
Mustard and deviled eggs gas, says T. Jefferson. Yeah, it's got to be the worst fart that ever existed, condensed into a spray form and then set loose among people.
And the teacher started gagging as soon as it all right, who did that? Who did? Oh. Everybody's running.
Do you think the person who invented fart spray is like the people who invented nukes who are like, oh my God, what have we unleashed on the world? And was this really necessary? Have we unleashed a genie that we'll never be able to put back in the bottle?
Today we created a huge advancement for humanity, and I shudder to think of what we will do with it.
You spent so much time wondering if you could invent a fart spray that you never bothered to ask, should you invent a fart spray? The fart smell finds a way. The video showed Navarrete Arce appear to drop and pick up an item and shows the item in his hand appeared to be a small spray can. In an interview with police officers, Navarrete Arce said he sprayed the substance from the can in several areas of the school. The affidavit states. After spraying it, he handed the can to another student, but refused to identify them. Navarrete Arce says Flores also had a can of the spray, and it was taken away by a teacher that same day. So they've been caught with it multiple times. These kids just really wanted to make their school smell like a bag of shit. Let's go to Granny and see what he's got on the issue. Granny, this seems right up your alley.
Yeah, you don't know what liquid ass is?
I know what liquid ass is, but I didn't know it was shit that sent people to the fucking hospital.
Well, it gets pretty bad, man. So when I was a kid, we smashed them in the Golden Corral buffet bathroom. And I didn't realize that it was going to waft out. And at the time, there was a payphone. And there was a guy on the payphone, and I just remember him going, Jesus Christ, I've got to go, and fucking slam the payphone down.
Now, wait a minute.
His eyes were watering.
How satisfying of a moment was that?
It was one of the funniest things. I mean, our eyes were burning, too, because I don't know if you remember, we used to go to the flea market and get the liquid ass ninja bombs, and they were little glass capsules. And you would smash them on the ground, and it would just stink up an entire fucking building.
But it wasn't, that's my thing. But that's my thing about liquid ass and all that stuff. Like, it was never it's not like a normal fart smell. It's just the condensed version of the most nuclear shit farts that have ever been unleashed.
Right, yeah. It's like all the diarrhea shits in the world at one time.
Condensed, yeah. Just, really. By the way, have you been a Florida kid your whole life?
Yeah, I'm born and raised.
Okay, because I set off liquid ass at a Golden Corral buffet is about the most Florida story I can possibly think of.
Yeah, it was one of the greatest moments of my life. Like, it's a crowning achievement, really. Like, I made a plaque and shit afterwards.
It is amazing that kids don't buy and use more liquid ass and like fart spray type of shit. You gotta, in a weird way, you kind of have to marvel at kids. They're like, they're as responsible as we are with like nukes and shit. Like they won't just unleash them everywhere. They pick very, once in a while type of things. Like kids are remarkably responsible with liquid ass and fart spray, more so than you would think they would be.
Until you come across a crazy one like Kid Jong-il and he's doing it.
So here's my thing, right? No, they're licking ice cream and eating fucking Tide Pods and shit.
Yeah.
You could go back to the fucking, the good old prank days where it was liquid ass and a fucking Golden Corral, dude. You can't eat steak after that.
Yeah.
You can't hit the soft serve.
Yeah. Look at like as the generations they move on more and more. Imagine just think of what the phrase "the good old days" means. Like when it was our grandparents, the good old days meant, you wore a little hand buzzer and you shook someone's hand, or the flower shot water into their face. And now we're sitting here going, man, we need to go back to the good old days where we sprayed nuclear farts all over a public restaurant.
Well, yeah, $26 a plate too. Get the fuck out of here, man. That shit isn't that good.
Yeah, go to Pizza Ranch for God's sake. All right, Granny, thank you very much for your time, buddy. Appreciate the regaling us with the prank. Oh, sorry, that you didn't. We're not supposed to get a Crowder drop there. I have fat fingers. Thank you, Granny. Appreciate it. Scarface with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. He says, here's a couple bucks from my Memorial Day weekend drinking fun. Ironically, no hangover today. Hey, well, good job, buddy. You and I are not the same. Thank you very much. 2:15 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. We're getting close. Let's keep her going. Also, numbers picking up. Let's keep trying to raise them. Keep sharing. Keep liking. Keep pushing. I want to see us become a much bigger show than we are. Quite frankly, kids, we deserve it. Thank you very much. Keep contributing. Let's see if we can get off to a good start this week. Here's some women you definitely want to date. I mean, these are women who don't seem to throw up any red flags whatsoever. Two Florida best friends, both of them divorced, announced that when dating men, they come as a package deal. Yeah.
If it includes in the bedroom, I'm still in.
Okay, so it just depends on how much of a package deal it is.
Yeah, and how much of a package deal are we talking?
Yeah, are we talking I can fuck your friend and you won't get mad? Or is this like a moral support type of a thing? Two best friends who live together, both divorced, say that any prospective men they date need to be aware that the two women come as a package deal. You're right, Johnny. I need in writing and brochures as to what exactly that means.
Yeah, I need some ground rules laid out pretty early on.
And also, I need to know what you both look like, because there's one of two responses I could have to this request. One, you got yourself a goddamn deal. Or two, how fucking dare you? And again, this is all going, 90% of this is going to be predicated on your physical appearance. Let's.
And I'm leaning towards how fucking dare you. I'm guessing.
How
sign me up.
fucking dare you? You fucking Midland bitches. I mean, look, by yourselves, a couple of dates, fine. It's okay. But you have to accept, neither of you are in any position to be making demands. You're not ugly.
I don't know, man. All right, until I saw the SpongeBob picture, I was like, okay.
You two just look like no fun. You look like a handful. You look like a problem.
You look like you two enjoy your company very, very much. Ladies, I have a suggestion. Just say you're gay.
Yeah. You know what? Just go full on lesbo at this point.
Just say you're gay.
Exactly. So these two want to tell guys that they date. First of all, I hate things that are like women say it and it's like, oh, that's interesting. But if men say it, it's like, how dare you? Like, we come as a package deal. First of all, learn to live your own life. Second of all, what? You come as
no
a
dude
package
would do that.
Right. Sorry. No,
Like,
that's not how.
Even if we're best buds, I don't want to share my lady with my friend. So I'm like, no, that's not a.
Twice the trouble to the power of 2, says Johnny David. Yeah, like you guys are 31 and 28, respectively, the two of them. And what? You're just gonna pal around? You're just gonna come? Like, how much of a package deal is it? Like, if you and I want to hang out one night, like they have to come over and watch a movie with us? Like, are they gonna be like just kind of around, smothering us constantly? Because if so, like Johnny said, why don't you guys just les out?
Yeah. Unless there's unless there's a situation where like we're watching a movie and I can like, swing at both of the fields in the park, then I'm okay with it.
They also often claim they're mistaken for a couple, with people constantly asking if they're in a relationship with each other because they get along so well. No, it's actually the finger popping each other in a park. You guys don't know that that's lesbian activity. The friends moved in together in Naples, Florida in May 2021. They say they go on friendship dates, work out together, and do household chores together. Yeah, look.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
I'm sorry, you guys are one pussy tongue bath away from pretty much making it official. Baker told
one clam stand from just being on that wall.
Baker told SWNS in an interview that they're like wives and that they tell potential dates that they come as a package. You know what I do appreciate about that? That they're telling their dates they come as a package deal, is that at least they hold the red flag up right in front of the guy. So I don't feel bad for any guy who gets into a relationship with one of these chicks and goes, oh man, I found out they were crazy. No, you didn't. They told you they were crazy. I do appreciate that. Date 1, they didn't spring any bullshit on you. They just went, hey, I'm a bit psychotic. My friend and I, we live together. We do everything together. We're like a package deal. And, some stupid guy is going to be like, oh, yeah, that means I can fuck them both. I can have a 3-way if I get in a relationship with this chick. And then you're going to find out the hard way that the juice ain't worth the squeeze because these two are fit for a fucking straitjacket.
I mean, I'm hoping not, but we'll see. I'm still in.
Kulak, who works in local government planning, told him, these are the people in charge, by the way, told SWNS that dating is so interesting. Okay, another red flag. Nobody says that. Dating is so
Dating sucks and I hate it.
Dating's fucking awful. Why do you think we all stopped doing it? She said that since the women are always together, prospective male dates begin to realize that this is not just a roommate situation. Starting to wonder why they're both single. We go on dates and then guys just all of a sudden their smile fades from their face and they start to cock their head to one side and stare at us quizzically. And then the date ends all of a sudden and we never hear back from them again. Yeah, I wouldn't wait on him to call you. I'd just start eating each other's box and say you tried your best. T. Jefferson says, you're acting like they don't fuck each other already. They totally do.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking they do.
They just want a warm eggplant rather than a strap. I get it. I understand.
And like I said, if they're willing to share, I have no problem with this situation. I mean, but they need to understand what we're a package deal. Well, you need to realize package deal is all inclusive. So that means at all times.
Got bad news for you, girls. That means butthole. That means butthole. I don't know if you knew that or not, but we're just letting you know the butthole has to be available. Yeah, I think you might be right. Whoever that was, T. Jefferson, I think you might be right. I think they might have gone gay already. Divorced best friend. Well, that's the other thing. Both of them are divorced. Both of them are getting back into dating. Both of them say they're a package deal. So, like I said, I don't blame them anymore if they have relationships that don't work because they throw up the red flags right from Jump Street. Nebo says, you know your chick's bitchy, obnoxious friend that you hate? Well, guess what? Now you get to see her all the time. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Michael B., I don't live too far from Naples. If you can't get your dick wet there, stop trying. Oh, there you go. Familiar Human, I agree with him. He says both of them are mid as fuck. I agree. They are not the girls who can be making those kinds of demands, if you will. 215 away from today's goal. If you want to help us knock it out, got to get near 150 by the top of the hour to see if we can have a shot at knocking that out today. Goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Those are the three best ways to do it. But we love super chats and memberships and everything else. So thank you very much for your support. 215 away from knocking it away. We are going to talk about in overtime today, if we get there, Chad's wild weekend that he had. Again, you can try and stay away from the guy. You can try. It ain't going to work. It's just, I mean, there's just.
Pulls you back in.
He's always doing something. He's always getting into some kind of rascally situation. That poor guy. Chevrolet JB echoing a lot of people's sentiments this morning. I feel like shit. Ouch. A lot of people feeling that way. Every bar I drove past yesterday, packed.
Really?
Yeah, like Sunday night, we were out. Nobody was out. Nobody was like at any of the bars. And like it was the day to go. It was the night to go out because Monday you don't have to work. Now all of a sudden, on the day where everybody has to work the next day, they're packing the bars. It just seemed weird to me. Also,
seems like starting drinking on the morning of, like, no, this is recovery time. We should have been doing this before.
Gina Bobina, by the way, in the chat pointed out she does not like the mustache. So that is really unfortunate. Gina Bobina not liking it. April says, bet there's so many hungover people sleeping right now. Well, we're almost up to 500, guys. Keep her going. Keep hitting like. Keep hitting share. Keep telling everybody to come on in. We're going to get there. Even if today is a down day where people aren't back at work yet, I want to see us still tickle that 500 number. That's the number I'm okay with. If a day gets over 500, I'm a happy guy. If it doesn't, I just try to distract myself the rest of the day and forget I have a show. That's the way it goes. A Seattle man was hospitalized after he confused an energy drink for something else. How do I hint this one for you guys without giving it away? Johnny, name me some energy drinks.
Monster.
Okay. No, Nebo, not cum. I don't think that's an energy drink, no matter what your dad told you.
Red Bull.
Red Bull, okay.
Well, I'm trying to think of what the Mountain Dew one is, and I can't remember now, but.
People are saying Bang Energy.
Yeah.
Okay, so lots of them. Somebody's going to get the right one here. And then you guys are going to be able to piece together how this guy fucked up and why he ended up in the hospital. Not backdoor. Let's just say he took a certain energy drink and then took something else to mean that energy drink, drank the wrong thing, ended up in the hospital. Not liquid death, not cocaine, not jolt. Chad got help. Chad get help. Got it. There we go. NOS energy drink. Are you familiar?
Yeah. So what? He took nitrous oxide to the face, or what?
Yeah, he drank Octane Booster instead of the energy drink. Because, to be honest with you, if you take a look, the logos do look similar.
Yeah, no, they're deliberately similar. The main difference just being that one's in a can.
A man in Seattle was hospitalized after drinking an entire bottle of NOS Octane Booster racing formula, confusing it for the NOS energy drink. Octane Booster is basically high-octane gas. But there's also a NOS energy drink with very similar packaging that's meant to give people a caffeine boost. But how bad do energy drinks have to taste for you to drink an entire bottle of Octane Booster and not realize it?
Like one sip and you should be like, all right, this isn't the same as the others.
Kyle W says he is pissing excellence now. So there is that. He ran a 4:1:40. It was amazing.
His wife keeps complaining because he's doing her quarter mile in under a minute.
The man went to the hospital after suffering a seizure and then stayed in the hospital with seizures for 4 more days. Manganese can cause irreversible Parkinsonian symptoms due to oxidative damage in the mitochondria on the basal ganglia. Significantly less is known about acute manganese toxicity. Hey, Johnny, why do you think very little is known about acute manganese toxicity?
Most people don't drink Octane Booster.
Because we don't have a large enough sample size of retards who have ingested Octane gas booster to know what it does to you. So in a weird way, this guy is kind of helpful.
No, I don't want to give this guy that much credit. I believe in the human race. I think we have lots of people doing this. It's just none of them are getting to the hospital in time, and they're passing away.
Just dropping dead. And then the parents catch them, and they go, "Oh, your kid, well, he took booster fuel to confused it for an energy drink, and he drank the whole thing." And the parents go, "You know what? Just can you put a rope around his neck and his hand on his cock and just pretend he died jerking off? We don't want to embarrass him." Finding out this retard doesn't know the difference between fuel booster additive and a fucking beverage.
I feel like we kind of dodged a bullet in a way. Nobody's happy about this, but we think this is probably a sign that it could have been worse.
Your son is dead. Oh, no, what happened? He drank nitrous oxide booster, and he thought it was an energy drink. Oh, my God. Could you put a needle in his arm and say it was fentanyl? Like, we would really appreciate you helping us out. We don't want people to, we'd rather think our kid's a junkie than a retard.
Actually, you don't even need to put a needle in his arm. Just put some white powder on his nose. We'll claim it was laced with fentanyl, and we're good.
Perfect. Easy enough. The dad starts beating his dead head with a baseball bat. What the fuck are you doing? I don't want people to think my kid's a fucking idiot. Blame it on me. The last sacrifice of a good parent. So, significantly less is known about acute manganese toxicity, but no measures or no seizures or neurotoxicity were associated with either of the two reported cases of acute manganese poisoning in humans. MMT itself or its metabolites have been postulated as the cause of neurotoxicity in animal studies. So, in a weird way, this guy is our window into what will happen because we don't have enough information.
He's our Darwinian sacrifice to learn more about our world. Yeah. I mean, we should be saluting this man. He's like a soldier. We should go up to him and be like, "Thank you for your service," because none of us are going to do that.
Yeah. I mean, who else is going to drink Octane Booster thinking it's an energy drink? Nobody. But this guy did. Far from giving him the extra horsepower promised by the packaging, the man continued to have seizures and was sedated and intubated. After 4 days and a few more seizures, he was extubated once more. He's fortunate that he was able to walk out of the hospital just a few days later. I mean, yeah, there's not really much they can do for you at that point other than just kind of let it work its way out of your system.
Yeah. Well, he's got a weird take on life. I heard from him. They said his exact quote leaving the hospital, like, man, this was really risky. And he's like, yeah, but I live my life a quarter mile at a time. And
oh, man, well, there was a similar story in New York not too long ago where a man had to go to the hospital and have his stomach pumped because he thought he was getting an energy drink by sucking the rapper Nas's dick.
Oh, no.
Different Nas. He had no idea.
I thought I'd just get it from the source, Why water it down? Just,
no, sir. He's NAS, not NOS. Oh, okay. My bad. Hey, it could have been worse. You could have drank fuel additive. What kind of dipshit would do that? I don't know, sir. I don't know. Oh. Nebo says, see, I told you cum was an energy drink. Wait, what? So he did get out of the hospital. He did end up, I mean, I'm not going to say he was fine because really, how fine are you if you're drinking fuel additive?
You can't be fine if you get into that situation in general. I feel like there was some other problems in this man's decision-making abilities far before this happened, and we really should look into that.
Yeah. April says, well, now you just do that one for the story. Yeah, I mean, maybe in the middle of the Jay-Z feud, but, not now. He's I think he's basically worked himself into semi-retirement life. Let me open up these 8 o'clock hour stories we've got for you today. We got a bunch of stuff still left to do. We got 2 hours worth of stories yet. We got the chat updates for overtime if we get there. We still got to tickle the balls of 500 viewers today. Let's keep getting it up there. Hit like, hit share, hit subscribe, hit all of it. Let's not make today a sleepy day. I know people want it to be a holiday day today. But if Steel Toe decided to get on the air today, you can all jump in as well. Like, subscribe, share the show, get those numbers up, pop them up there. Let's get to 500 today. I consider it to be a tragedy if Steel Toe doesn't eclipse over 500 in a day. If I see those stats after the show and there's not a 5, then I just go, you know what? We fucking failed today. So let's get him going. D. Gulag says 228 likes. That's fucking child's play. Hit the thumbs up. Let's get that up to 300. What do you say? And let's get that live viewership number up to 500. That's right. I'm hungover and cranky today, so I'm back to being obsessed about numbers. That's right. Aaron, these balls are shaved for a reason. Tickle away, says Michael B. I'll tickle the balls. Kyle W. says, I still want 10K in the next 2 days. So do I, but we're stuck at 98.50, my friend. So we need to entice people to subscribe to this program because we are fucking stuck at 98.50. Let's pump it up. This is a better show than everybody. I hate being the great show that's under-respected. I don't want to be the show that's flying under the radar. Name any show out there, we're more entertaining. It's embarrassing.
Revenge of the Sis.
All right, fine. Other than that, by the way, terrible news. ROTC had their YouTube channel completely removed.
Really?
Michael B. says Daywave. We're far more exciting than Daywave. Alex Nerio says, don't be cranky, Aaron. I love you. It's all for the show. I'm just trying to sweat out the rest of that booze. That's all. 210 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. If we get to 10,000, Aaron will suck off the last 500. Wait, what? I didn't agree to that. Chad Get Help says, he looks like a boys gym coach. Yeah, I think the mustache is going today. I don't think I can handle this abuse. I really don't think I can handle it. Yeah, ROTC lost their YouTube channel. They got another strike. This about something they did years ago. Like, remember when Joe Biden made fun of the fat guy at his rally and told him, like, challenged him to a push-up contest?
Yeah.
Yeah, they struck. Yeah, they had a clip of that, and I guess that YouTube struck that one and then took down ROTC's channel.
What did they strike the clip for?
Harassment. They said it was against their harassment policy. And I've got to be honest, like, YouTube just developed a boner for ROTC at some point for Royce and Mersch, and I don't know why. Like, it's not and this isn't an insult because I love their show. It's not like a dangerous show. They're a couple of guys fucking around.
Yeah.
They're just a couple of guys fucking around, having some fun, doing a show. It's not that spicy where, you need to you need to kill it. This is a threat and we need to get rid of it. I don't understand it.
Just a softer version of your show. Why are we worried about this?
Now, Mersch would disagree and he would say that we're the milder version of their show and thus where our disagreement begins.
Yeah, but as someone who is a cat person, I can tell you right now, Mersch is probably crazy.
That's true. Saw that toxoplasmosis from the cat piss.
I don't even know if it's that. Cats actually emit like a hormone that makes you love them and stuff. It has like a neurological effect. So I'm just saying you are guaranteed to be crazy if you're a cat person.
Matt Joe says they've been on Rumble, haven't they? Yeah, they're on Rumble. I mean, they're Rumble exclusive, but still,
it's stopping. But this is still just like
it's still nice to have like your YouTube channel. I mean, no matter what you do,
people who didn't know find you in Rumble.
Exactly. All right, 210 away from today's goal, guys. Let's pump that up. Let's knock that down. Let's make it a successful start to the week. Likes, subs, viewers, all of it. Aaron's having one of those days where he's going, why aren't I a bigger deal than I'm having an ego day, as it were. There is a story about a 12-year-old kid that just graduated college with 5 degrees. David Denominici says, in fairness, Steel Toe is definitely the softer, kinder version of ROTC. Yeah, we're definitely the more palatable morning show version of ROTC. I don't think that's a bad thing. I'm very proud.
I feel like the easiest way to say it is we're definitely the better show.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Although you know me, I think I'm better than everybody. So, Johnny, we got a 12-year-old kid who just graduated from college with 5 degrees.
I'm fucking useless.
I want you guys to go ahead and start making your guesses, and I'll see if anyone gets it. Johnny, don't tell me. The chat can write it down, but you make your guesses right now, and then I'll show the picture, and you guys tell me, if you were right or not. RS says, just tuned in, that mustache, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm getting rid of it. I can't stand the harassment. The mustache is gonna go. I can't do it.
You can like send me one picture, right? Like over Snapchat. Those go away.
I'm not sending you that picture.
Those go away after a while.
I'll wear it around the house today. Watch me wear it around the house and then forget to shave it before the show tonight.
April can't get off of you. I don't understand why.
Why does what's left of your mustache now smell like pussy? Sorry.
She kept asking me to call her Ava. It's weird. Your name's April.
205 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for continuing to knock that down. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, please contribute to the program. Kotod says, leave the stash, pussy. I don't know. I saw some clips from the best of yesterday with me without facial hair, and I wasn't impressed. But then again, you got to hold out. The possibility that I'm just an ugly guy. Nicholas, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. I appreciate that. We're an even 200 away from knocking it out today.
As soon as you get rid of the stash, everyone's going to be like, bring back the stash.
I know. I can't win. I can't win with the internet. All right. Johnny, do you have your guesses on this 12-year-old who graduated college with 5 degrees?
Yes, I do.
All right. Were you right or wrong?
Right. Dead on. Nailed it.
Fucking nailed it, huh? The minute I read the headline for this story, and then I clicked on it, I went, I was confused. I was like, do I say I still got it, or is this like a gimme putt where if you fuck it up, you're an idiot?
I feel like it's the second one, but then again, maybe that's because I'm a horrible person.
Like, do you get credit for getting this one right, or is it more like you get punished if you get it wrong?
No, it costs you credit if you don't.
Yeah.
I feel like we are getting too soft on this. Not all prejudices are bad or wrong, all right?
I mean, he's a smart fucking kid. Clovis Hung. Go ahead.
I was going to say 5 fucking degrees at what? He's 12?
He's 12.
Yeah, before we got into the story, like you said, when you mentioned him, like, oh, great, now I feel like a really huge bag of shit. I don't have 1 and I'm 40.
Yeah. Clovis Hung, a 12-year-old boy from California, graduated from Fullerton College last week. If that's not extraordinary enough, he graduated with 5 degrees. He started attending college in 2020 at age 9. Clovis is super inquisitive, mature, diligent, self-disciplined, and highly motivated. In other words, autistic as all fuck, probably.
This is why we have to be on the lookout. See how industrious they are.
He is also very curious, and traditional public schools could not satisfy his curiosity. Right, because it's built for retards who can't read. So this
we've been too busy calling math racist. He was busy learning it.
Therefore, the best option for him was college. Imagine that. You're a college kid. Let's say you're like one of those fifth-year seniors. You're like 22, 23 years old. You're like 22, 23, and this 12-year-old comes in, and he's just fucking killing it. He's getting 5 degrees. You're like, oh, I've stayed up all night writing this paper. What have you been doing, Clovis? And he's like, oh, man, I finished that like last week. You're like, wait, what? Oh, yeah, I've been done for a while. Well, how did you do it? Well, it's fucking easy. What do you... Like, there's some kid half your age just lapping you in college. Nothing makes you feel worse about all the money you borrowed than watching this 12-year-old just lap you around the track.
Oh God, if you're one of the parents paying for the kid, you know, like, do you realize how much money I'm sinking into this? Yeah, man, I'm sorry, dude. I'm failing in the class. It's so hard to get up sometimes because I'm hungover and just like, you piece of shit.
There's a middle schooler fucking you up right now. Mr. Approachable says, Aaron, what does the pullout need to get for you to shave a Charlie Chaplin mustache and leave it that way for one show? I know there's a price. Let's talk numbers. No, sir.
It's around 6 million.
What? Wait, hold on.
One show? 6 million? I mean, I don't know.
Katie Kidney says Aaron just needs to grow out the stash to look more like Sam Elliott. I don't know, man. I'm not sure I like it that much.
You could like Wyatt Earp it and bring it down.
Maybe, yeah. I don't. Maybe it's just not. Maybe I'm just not for the facial hair. Nebo says this kid is not sure from Idiocracy, right? Like, if you probably test what he knows, it's probably like a sixth grade level in 1982. But now it's like, holy shit, this man's the smartest man in the world, and it's not even close. Aaron, what are your thoughts on growing out a Fu Manchu? I respectfully refuse to grow a Fu Manchu. We'll look, man. We'll see where this goes. RS says
you want more facial hair 30 minutes later.
Yeah, see, RS says you look like Bob from Bob's Burgers. I can't handle much more of that shit. I'm not going to be able to take it. I'm too weak. I'm too weak in the head to handle abuse over facial hair. I can't handle a show going really well and then someone going, "What's up, pedophile?" And I'm like, oh, fuck. Now I'm all distracted and shit. $200 even away from knocking out today's goal. And you guys have 1 hour before we fire up the music and try to knock that out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Let's knock that out and make it a successful start to a short week. A week that also includes the prize show.
Yeah.
On Wednesday. So be sure to tune in for that. Members and VIPs and everybody else. It's going to be a good one. Keep hitting like, keep hitting share, keep hitting subscribe, because boys and girls, we're tickling 500s balls. And on a day after a holiday, I need the show to be in the 500s regularly, no matter what. But on a day where we've failed to tickle 500 yet, I really need to be into 500 today. It would be a huge motivational boost for me to not feel like a failure today to hit 500. Johnny, I'm thinking about some of the things. Like, I don't think when a woman gets pregnant that you should like cease to have a life.
Stick around.
Yeah, I don't think you should stick around. We're changing the name of this show, motherfuckers. When a woman gets pregnant, I don't think that she should just have to cease living and like not do anything. But I do feel like there's certain scenes that you should be staying away from if you're, say, 7 or 8 months pregnant. Now, throw out some scenes where you think that women, you shouldn't see a largely pregnant women at one of these nighttime
maternity
activities. Ward. No, like come on, nightlife activities. Where would you say?
Like a street racing scene, a club scene, bar scene.
Okay.
I one of the weirdest nights I had DJing is when a random couple that were very obviously not from this country relatively recently, they brought their 1 year infant with them to the bar.
No.
They stayed till close. I'm like, what? I'm sitting there. I'm like, oh, I hope the kid likes the music. Jesus.
What is this, Wisconsin? Well, a mom went into labor in Las Vegas. Let me hit play on this, and you tell me if this was a place where you should be if you're about to give birth.
David Copperfield made him appear on the stage.
Hundreds of thousands of people came into town for EDC, including a woman who was pregnant and due for weeks. Her EDC experience was cut short, and it's gotten a lot of viral attention.
She was at a rave. The 8 or 9 month pregnant woman was at a fucking rave when she went into labor. Is that irresponsible or just hardcore?
That's horribly irresponsible. You're going through so many hormonal changes internally. You have no idea what bright flashing lights and music could do to you.
Yeah. You've got a bunch of people thrash dancing on Molly.
Yeah, I'm sure nobody's going to hand you anything that's laced with something. I'm sure you can trust everything that's around you because they'll be like, oh, wait, you're smoking for 2 here. Like, no, dude.
At least when the kid is born, there's plenty of pacifiers around. That's nice. And what kid doesn't love a glow stick?
Tripped his fucking balls off.
Fox 5's Regina Ahn is live for us at UMC now with the story.
By the way, the crackling, guys, is not from us. It's from the news channel's video. There's nothing
I feel like this kid is going to, for the rest of his life, like every time he engages in any sort of drug activities, like, I feel like I remember my birth.
By the way, is it just me, or is this chick who's still going to raves at 9 months pregnant, did she have a really tiny baby? Like, and could that be a result of, you know, maybe some extracurriculars?
It's hard to say. I could definitely see that being a thing, but I mean, I don't know. That
looks like she had a squirrel.
I don't know. It's just maybe she's a bigger lady and it's a ratio thing.
Anybody want a peanut?
Hey, Regina.
Yeah, John and Jacqueline. So Christina Sellis is waiting and resting for before her baby comes out of the NICU after being born 2 months earlier.
Yep. See? NICU 2 months earlier, going to raves. I'm telling you, I think this mom might be a piece of shit.
Are you saying that kid might have alcohol fetal syndrome?
I'm saying that kid might be, you know, fighting an uphill battle at the beginning. That's all. Your mom was at a fucking rave when you were about to come out. I can't say that her judgment is the best.
She had 4 weeks.
When you're 7 months pregnant, Johnny, nothing more intense than a VFW. Okay? That's it. That's the level of excitement you get at 7 months pregnant.
I just can't imagine the pregnant person. You know what'll be fun while I've got this giant weight saddled to the front of my abdomen? I'm going to walk around and jump up and down to music and just, no. Why?
First of all, you like EDM to begin with, so I already hate you. But also, you're at a rave 7 months pregnant. I super hate you.
It's something she says she never expected as one of the biggest raves in the country.
Yeah, she decided to come here this weekend.
Christina Sellis was enjoying her time at EDC, the highlight of her year. She's gone now for 5 years in a row, and this time it was no different.
We were there for the whole weekend, Friday, Saturday. Friday felt fine. Saturday was completely fine, you know, just vibing to the music.
But at 32 weeks pregnant.
Yeah, you know, just vibing to the music, you know, a month or two away from having a child.
I can't give up. This is my me time that I go on You've been there for 5 years running. You can't pass once for the birth of your fucking child.
You're right. I didn't even think about this part, and usually this is the first thing I think of. She's definitely a single mom, right?
If she's not a single mom, then that dad is a complete piece of shit.
Yeah.
This is why the fuck you've been there before. I mean, I wouldn't understand, but I could at least forgive, like, I've been planning this for the past couple of years. I've been saving up for it. It all happened. And then I got pregnant and things just kind of went this way. And I decided to keep going anyway. Like, all right, fine. But no. I don't want to give up the trend.
Yeah. No, that's why I'm thinking single mom, because that is a calling card of the stereotypical single mom is, why me? Why should I have to give up anything? Because you have a fucking kid. You decided to take a load from a piece of shit who you probably deep down knew wasn't going to stick around, and now you think you can have your cake and eat it too. Take care of your fucking kid before society has to take care of him in the form of jail and welfare and shit like that. Take care of your fucking business. Guess what, bitch? You made a bad decision. No more raves. The rave days are done. You got to take an 18-year break from the raves, all right? Could you at least, or 18 years, fuck, you couldn't even take 8 months. We just needed you to take an 8-month break from the raves. Couldn't do that, could you, sister? Nope, because you had to have your fun. You know, I have to have some me time. You know who gets to have me time? People without children. That's who gets me time.
To quote Newsroom, yeah, they fucked up. They trusted you. Like, you can't, no.
Pregnant, she was taking it easy. It was during artist Zed's performance, something felt odd.
Out of nowhere on Saturday night, technically, just started getting some weird pains.
Yeah, Johnny, see, she said she was taking it easy, at a EDM rave festival.
I was taking it easy. I was, I was restricting myself to just one drink with my Molly. Just one.
Right.
And it was like right as it started to kick, I'm like, do I feel like I'm peeing?
You literally were listening to music that could thump your baby out of the womb. Your kid is just hearing people screaming all kinds of intelligible horse shit. And
Your kid's the only intelligent one here.
Yeah.
He could hear that shit from inside and said, fuck it, I'm leaving.
Yeah. And then you're like, I was taking it easy. Oh, you fucking single mom, you.
But, my first baby, so I wasn't completely sure what I was feeling.
Can we make sure it's the last one? Can we tie your tubes?
Your first kid. Right. Again, I have to point this out because it's pissing me off that much. You either go on the trip you've been on a lot or your first kid. What has a greater priority?
What?
Nice mom skills, bitch.
Yeah. What the fuck are abortions for if not to allow you to go to the rave festival? You can't have your
Thanks a lot, Republicans.
Yeah.
After a quick trip to the on-site medic, she said she
Oh,
was...
no. It's state by state. If Nevada's... if the place that has Las Vegas doesn't still have abortions legal, what the fuck hope is there for the world?
Yeah, but we don't know if she's from here.
It's true.
in an ambulance on her way to UMC.
Within not even an hour of everything, they transferred me within 30 minutes to the hospital. And then got here, and then within 15 minutes, she was here.
You know why? Because she's the size of an acorn because you didn't let your baby cook long enough because you had to go to your rave party. I don't want to miss my vacation. Why should I have to be inconvenienced because I took a hot load from a stranger? God, do I hate you.
I guarantee you the call is yeah, we're coming in with a pregnant lady. She is 7 months pregnant, and she's gone into labor. We're coming in from the rave.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What?
No. What? You're coming in from where? Yeah, the rave.
Is there any way we can make sure that baby is just not returned?
Can we just tell her it died and give it to someone else?
6 weeks early, little Isabella Daisy Garcia was born. Christina and her boyfriend, Landon Garcia, don't live in Las Vegas. Traveling from Santa Clarita, California, they're sad to be away from family and their newborn baby girl.
That boyfriend ain't sticking around.
You had the option to not bring this to this point. Shame on you for what you're going to do to that child. Shame on you.
One of two things. Either she was like, I don't want this baby to affect me going to the rave thing, or her piece of shit boyfriend who's the father of the baby. Wait, did she say the father or was it just her boyfriend?
They just said boyfriend. They didn't specify whether or not he was the father of the child.
Interesting. Or he dragged her to it. One of the two. Either way, I don't like these two.
I don't think he dragged her to it. I think, if anything, he's like, well, I'm not going to not go.
Right.
You don't have to go. You can stay with the family. And she's like, I'm not going to let him go while I'm 7 months pregnant. He's going to go out slinging some puss.
Yeah.
Girl who's currently at UMC's NICU.
It was kind of painful for not being there for her, but at least I know I'm right here and everything's good.
It's just
he wasn't there.
Where were you? Did you stay at the fucking concert?
Did he stay at the rave? Or did he not go to that in the first place? Oh, I just don't like
Well, then if he didn't go to that in the first place, she's even more of a piece of shit. And fuck this photo of, oh, my baby holding my finger. If you gave two fucks about that kid, you would have been sitting at home, taking it easy, so that way that kid gets every opportunity it has to be raised healthy. And no offense, ma'am, but I'm guessing from the looks of you that you probably could have done a little
gestational diabetes, maybe.
Yeah, just a little.
I hate these people who smile and laugh like everything's fine and they didn't do anything wrong, because then I gotta look like the asshole for yelling at them. And it's like, bitch, you don't go to a rave when you're 8 months pregnant. There's these women out there who are just like, oh no, I'm still gonna live a life. No.
Yeah.
It's not how
My
it works.
youngest sister is one of those women where it just kept being like, well, everyone else got to go out and party when they were 20 and 21, and I didn't get to because I had a kid and I had to take care of my kid. So everyone else needs to take care of my kid now that he's a toddler so I can go party. And it's like, no. We're not on the hook for your responsibilities.
No, the lesson
you made that choice.
Right. The lesson you're learning is that when you do this, you don't get to go do those things.
Just hard because, being the first one, just not being there with her 100% of the time.
Doctors say
maybe less loud, bassy music in Molly, and, it could have cooked a little longer.
Yeah, it's really hard not being with her there 100% of the time. Like, I wish there was something I could have done to improve this situation. I'm mortified thinking of how much of a risk I'm putting my infant preemie daughter through by being born and resting in a NICU. Glad I couldn't have done anything to lessen that burden.
At least 6 to 8 weeks before little Isabella can leave. For now, the two have been overwhelmed with social media messages of congratulations, even getting attention from Zed and other artists.
This is a tweet that we got from Dioro, one of our other favorite DJs.
Wow, so he was there. That piece of shit stayed at the rave thing.
Well, thank God that, again, I don't think these parents realize what this story actually is. You jeopardize the life of your child. But hey, we got tweeted, by Zed. Zed tweeted us and went, dude, sick bass drop.
Jesus. Oh, I don't like them. Triple N says, ever try making contractions while peaking on ecstasy? Motherhood really is the hardest job in the world. Jeez, he's tall says, fat ravers need love too. Of course. Absolutely. Guys,
she was freaking out in the ambulance. They're like, it's going to be okay, ma'am. It's going to be okay. We know you're pregnant. And she's like, no, you don't understand. I'm coming down.
Guys, we are an even 200 away from today's goal, and we only have 45 minutes until we fire up the music, rattle our cans, and do our e-beggar best to hit that goal. So we do need your help. We do need to knock that number down if we're going to have a shot at knocking out today's goal.
Need that overtime.
Yeah, and having a good shot at keeping her in play today, if you will. There's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. If you feel like contributing, we do appreciate it, and we could use it today. So let's get everybody throwing in 5 or 10 at a time, and it'll go. We'll get out of it before you know it, if you will. We're coming back to a little bit smaller group after the holiday, so hopefully tomorrow we get back to normal a little bit. But if you feel like contributing, there's the links in the chat. We do appreciate it if you do chip in. There you go. Johnny, have you ever heard of bed rotting?
No.
Bed rotting is a thing, and this is going to make you feel old because you're going to do these fucking kids nowadays type of thing. This generation that comes after me, they're pieces of shit. I think millennials are the first generation, and I do take pride in this, to criticize the generation after them for being pieces of shit while also acknowledging that we're pieces of shit. I think Gen Z, for being the little nothing cunts that they are to insult anyone, is mighty rich. I think after all the damage the boomers have done to this country, for them to call us anything but doing the best we can with what they gave us is pretty rich. But what's nice about millennials is we go, hey, we understand that we started this cultural rot. Well, we didn't start the cultural rot. The boomers did. But we understand we contributed to how fucked up shit is. But these people after us are not exactly learning any lessons. Let's put it that. Or if they are, they're learning the wrong lessons, if you will. Well, bed rotting is a new Gen Z thing. Now, we used to call this being a fat, lazy fuck. But now the people of Gen Z are just calling it self-care. As experts and introverts continue to tout the benefits of self-care, bed rotting has become one of the most popular forms of recouping. While it may sound extreme and gross, bed rotting just refers to laying in bed for long amounts of time. Here's what I don't like about Gen Z that I like about millennials. It's the lack of intellectual honesty. It's the lack of ability to just say what you want to be and do what you want to do. Because millennials will just be like,
lazy.
Yeah, I want to be fucking lazy today. We say that like, hey, man, I want to have a lazy day today. Gen Z is like, no, it's bed rotting. It's self-care. No, you're being a lazy fuck. Just say you want to be a lazy fuck. Don't try to attach like psychological good to it, or I'm improving myself, or no, because if you're improving yourself and you're engaging in self-care, you're going for a walk or a jog, or you're exercising, or you're doing something that's going to release endorphins. You know what? Gen Z did not invent bed rotting. They just invented a cunty, cutesy, marketable name to it. We've all had bed rotting in previous generations. It was just called being a lazy fuck.
Yeah. All of us just said, hey, you know what? I'm just going to fucking be a bag of shit today. Like, we were fine with it. It was all understood that, like, I could be more productive, but I'm not. Now it has to be a virtue saying, like, no, I'm doing this for me. It's not that I want it. I need it.
Right, exactly. It's a necessary thing. I'm not a lazy piece of shit. Whereas if millennials lay in bed all day and you go, hey, what are you doing? They go, oh, I'm being a total piece of shit today. Like, complete garbage. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for letting me know. Gen Z's like, no, I'm not being a piece of garbage. I'm engaging in self-care. Oh, fuck you and your soft terms for everything.
You can't handle 5 seconds of just admitting that maybe you're not the most awesome thing in the world. Just fucking Jesus, man.
People really got a lot to figure out here. Thank you to Nicholas for the $5 over on PayPal. Premature Rave Baby with $50 over on PayPal. And The Mood with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. And Dub with $5. We appreciate that. Guys, we are down to 135 for today. Let's knock out the rest of it. Thank you very much.
Well, we've got 10 on Rumble, too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Alcata with
I got them both up so I can keep up.
Thank you. Alcata with $10 over on Rumble says bed rotting comes after a Taco Bell dinner. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's the sexy name that you guys think it is.
I mean, when you said that, I thought we were going to be talking about like some sort of condition or something. I thought like
bed
you'd be
sores.
like, hey, man, they suffer from bed rotting.
Yeah. With nearly 305 million views on TikTok, rotting away in bed seems to be one of Gen Z's preferred methods of self-care. It doesn't matter what you do while you're in bed or why you're there, as long as you're cuddled up in bed beyond bedtime. Oh, God, everything is so fucking soft. It's just not, oh, yeah, I wanted to, just lay around naked and be a piece of shit. No, I need to be bundled up in my bed and I need to snuggle because I just can't today. I just can't handle it today.
You commit to the bit, though. You don't get to leave that bed. You piss in that bed. You shit in that bed. You don't leave that bed.
We should make Gen Z be Sloth from 7. That's what we should do. Oh, you want to do bed rotting? How about we take pictures of you every day for a year and hook you up to machines? How about that? We're going to really, like you said, we're going to make you commit to this shit. Is what we're going to do.
That's where I'm at with this. A lot of these things, people are like, can you believe this? People are out there living social profiles, pretending they're a cat or a dog. I'm like, no. Not only can I believe it, we need to commit to that bit. They can wear clothes. We're not going to go that far. Let's not be gross. But they have to walk on hands and knees. They can't go in restaurants. Be like, no, you got to leave your bitch outside. Like, that's got to be a thing we're doing.
Some people are bed rotting while binge watching Netflix, stuffing their faces with sugary snacks, or simply staring at the ceiling. Again, you're just being
vegging out.
Piece of shit. That's all it is. Yeah, Gen X called it vegging out. Millennials called it being lazy, taking a lazy day. But Gen Z's got to attribute some kind of positive to it. Could you be a more insecure group of people? What, did somebody misgender you? Did somebody not get your non-binary code that day? So now you got to wrap yourself in a goose down blanket, you fucking worthless piece of shit. I hate your whole group.
I'm just engaging in some bed rotting today. Add a joint to that and just call it my Sunday morning. I'm just like, that's what we're doing today. Just add Netflix.
Oh, man. Oh, some of them are meditating in bed. Ugh. You know what? Do me a favor. Stay out of the workforce. We got like 2 million illegals that came in yesterday that need jobs. You guys just go ahead and rot in bed. Please.
Yeah, but can we ship them to Brazil? They can do bed rotting there.
You're going to Venezuela. You can bed rot there only because there's no food. You'll literally rot. Fans claim bed rotting can be a great way to reclaim both physical and mental health, whether people are recovering from a cold, a busy week, or a nasty hangover. Yeah, that's not bed rotting. That's called being hungover.
called recuperating.
Right. It's a negative. It means you're a piece of shit. But you guys have to make it an attribute. While people have laid around and stayed in bed for long periods of time for many years, many Gen Zers online note that bed rotting has to be intentional and come with no guilt or Sunday scaries to really count and be regenerative.
I just don't want to ever feel bad.
You guys really just don't want to face anything negative in life, do you? You just really don't. No negative words, no negative action. Everything's okay. Nothing is bad. No, the thing that stops you from bed rotting and makes you go lay in bed for 2 hours instead of 4 is the shame. It's you knowing that you're a piece of shit. You've jerked off twice. Get the fuck out of bed.
But I got a third one in me, I swear. I'm going to get it out if it's the last thing I do.
And it's for my mental health. It's so I feel better throughout the day. Then why are you people, and I mean Gen Z, why are you the most fucked up mental health people? You guys lay in bed all fucking day. You say it's for your mental health. By the time you get out of bed, I'd like you to be able to figure out what fucking gender you are. Could I ask for that? Is that too much to ask? You lay in bed all day.
Think on it while you're there.
Before you get out of bed, reach downstairs, feel what you got. Let me know what answer you come up with. If your mental health is so fucking sterling. Cerberus says, I hate the fact that I'm technically part of this retarded generation. No, you are going to be at such a competitive advantage in the world because you think that way. You should be happy about this, Cerberus. Because what this means is that you're going to be competing with the bed rotting people. I mean, if that ain't a fight you can win. Well, people have, Gen Z had to think of, oh, God, look at these fucking people. Who the fuck actually likes rotting away in their bed? And it's a fucking young girl with her thumb pointing at herself. And, of course, it's women. I just can't even today. And stop. I mean, if you can't even, then don't. Ugh, look at this. And then this person. To rot in bed all day. Wow, how noble.
Wait a minute. So you refer to cinching up a girdle as rotting in bed all day. Have you ever actually worn a girdle? I feel like or whatever that is.
Corset?
Corset, yeah.
Or
whatever.
A girdle. Either. I haven't worn either one, so I'm sorry.
I'm a fat fuck. I should maybe look into that. But I'm just saying.
Push your tits
in general,
up real nice.
Those things are not easy. Most of the people who did that were maintaining a beauty standard. You know what they never did? Laid in bed all day.
Right. When the hangover is so real that you enter your Charlie and the Chocolate Factory's grandparent era. Oh, and they're laying in bed and they're taking pictures so they can just show, I'm rotting away in bed today. Oh, fuck off. With these narcissists. God, they're worse than we were. Again, millennials were not treats when we were that age. We were not, but at least millennials were like overconfident and cocky, and we talked shit we had no reason to talk shit. We had no reason to feel that we were better than anyone, but we always acted like we were better than everyone. Everyone else was a stupid piece of shit. Now these Gen Z kids are like, they're gothic almost. I just need to lay in bed because I can't even. Well, okay, so you're a lazy piece of shit. No, don't call it that. That's negative. I'm doing it for my mental health.
Oh, so you're a weak piece of shit that has a really weak piece of mental health.
Yeah. Kotad says, honestly, China deserves to win at this point, right?
They kind of already have. Did you not remember? 12 years old.
Yes.
5 degrees. We have lost on so many levels.
China is showing us that we are pieces of shit and we are garbage because they're sending 12-year-olds over here and showing us that they can graduate with 5 degrees. That's how bad our education system is. We Taught It says, Aaron, why do you take these things so personal? God damn it, We Taught It. Don't do this. Now even the whole audience is going, damn it, We Taught It. You don't understand. Listen, Todd. We do a show, right? Mm-hmm. So when I react to things, I got to take the way I feel about shit and I got to turn the dial up to 11 and really fucking give her because, get this, it's a show. I'm putting on a show. If I just sit here and mumble into like, it's fucking stupid, I hate it. That's low energy, it's low effort, and it sucks shit. But if I lose my mind about menial shit that ultimately doesn't matter, it's funny to listen to a guy lose his mind over trivial shit. Dub says, Wee Todd should work at Sofa King. I see what he did there. Oh. Kyle W. says he's got to take it to heart like a ventricle. Exactly. Oh, Bed Rotting, the new album by Limp Bizkit, says Theodore Roosevelt. The extreme viewpoint is entertaining, not necessarily his opinion. Exactly.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah. Toastmaster gets it. Fuck, everybody gets it. Except Wee Todd. Oh. See, now the bit's ruined.
Yep. Now it's done.
Wee Todd, it goes and says that, and now the bit's over. You think I'm Kevin Brennan? You think I walk around my house screaming about this shit? I don't care. I get it out here.
You think you're going to hand me some wet fucking laundry? Give me all the laundry.
God, he is
I'll dry it.
He is such a creep. Oh. Yes, Wee Todd had made me reveal the prestige.
Giving up the goddamn business.
Yeah. Oh, Hank Ziman with a great point. He says, as someone who suffered from depression their whole life, I found that getting out of bed and actually doing something was better for my mental health than staying in bed and doing nothing.
Oh, they're doing something. They're taking selfies. That's it.
That's true. They are taking pictures and putting them up, so how dare you? Wee Todded says, it's Wee Todded, sir. I apologize for misnaming you. Don't bed rot now. Mushroom Laser says, I was brutally molested by Chris D'Elia. Is there any other way to be molested by Chris D'Elia? It has to be brutally. That's how you know it was Chris. What if they play Xbox from bed? Well, then you're doing something, right? You're gaining XP, I would say.
Get up and go to the couch. I don't understand people who are like, I'm going to lay in bed and game. Like, fuck that. I like getting up and doing stuff with gaming. I like getting up and doing stuff in between the gaming so I don't just sit there the whole time.
Yeah. Like, I had to go to after we dropped off the kids last night, I had to go to the gym. Like, April and I had to go to the gym because I'm like, I feel like shit from Sunday. I have to sweat a lot. And you do. Oh, if you can get yourself to sweat after a hangover, it is one of my favorite feelings in the world because it happens so easily. And then once it happens, it just leaks. It just comes out, and that alcohol in your system burns so hot that you just start. And the shirt I'm wearing after I'm done with like 10 heavy bag rounds feels like a goddamn towel that just soaked up a flood. You
just drop it on the floor and it sounds like her panties when they hit. Just flop.
Just makes that weird smacking noise as it suctions to the floor. Oh, hangover sweats are the best. You know what? That's cause for a Google. Why do hangover sweats feel good? Or good, as I just accidentally wrote. Drinking increases your heart rate and causes your blood vessels to widen, a process known as vasodilation. Dilated blood vessels then trigger the release of sweat, making your skin feel warm and flushed. Now, I don't know if you can I don't know if that's a literal thing. I've heard it's not a literal thing, sweating out a hangover, because it has to pass through your system like urinary and get out that way. You can't sweat out the booze.
It could be psychosomatic.
Right.
Your body goes through that. You've assessed that as one of the steps of coming out of it. So now you feel like when you go through it, like, and we're through the worst.
Yeah.
We're done.
Theodore Roosevelt nails it. Hangover, sweats, then a hot shower, and Pepsi. I mean, you can pick your own beverage, but I get it. Yeah, hangover, sweat, hot shower. That all sounds so lovely. It's amazing how the sweat smells like booze even, says JJ. Yeah. I mean, you sweat that, you're like, holy shit, I fucking reek like whiskey. That's amazing.
Now I want another goddamn drink.
Now I need to replenish. There's so much you can do to recharge your batteries that's 1,000,000 times better than laying in bed doing nothing, says Zio Gold. Yeah, exactly. I skipped school. Chores aren't done. Haven't looked for a job in months. I guess it's time to lay in bed for the day, says Veldrain. Yeah, that's about the long and short of it. Michael B says, we used to take IVs in college. It was nice having a pre-med friend. Yeah. Yeah, that would be kind of nice to have access to that IV. Does exercise sweat out a hangover? No. The reason you can feel better after exercising with a hangover is not due to sweating out the alcohol, but rather the exercise causes a release of endorphins and also tends to increase alertness. So, yeah, because you got nothing but bad, depressing shit in your system weighing you down from the hangover. So you start sweating and releasing endorphins. You're like, hey, I feel fucking
Feeling
great.
good about life.
That's why you sit in a sauna and you feel like you're sweating something out or you feel better. But then you give that like 45 minutes after you're done with that sauna and you're like, oh God, I feel like fucking death again. I feel worse than before.
Like I said, psychosomatic. You feel like you're getting somewhere, so your body's telling you you're getting somewhere, and you're like, I'm going to ride this high. And it's like, oh, it's not long.
Yeah, you know what's good for a hangover? Time and
not
water.
having them. That's what I go with.
Yeah, or just not having them. Mr. Approachable says, Aaron is such a lightweight. He gets the alcohol sweats, licks himself, and is drunk again. Look, I wish I could argue with the guy. I really do. Legendary Side Effect says, why do I get a little horned up when I get a hangover? Is that normal? Oh, yes.
No.
What?
What?
Oh, yeah.
I would think no. You're feeling like shit and you want to fuck?
I get weird boners when I'm hungover and I just wants to fuck. We're Google searching. Since a lot of people.
I'm so drunk. I'm a fat bag of shit. Fuck me.
Here, you know what? Since a lot of people are probably hungover today, as it's the day after an extra holiday, let's do some Googling on some of these questions people have. Getting horny while hungover. Why you're so horny when you're hungover. The phenomenon is called alcohol myopia, and usually you'll hone in on things that feel good at the expense of other cues. Why do you get horny when you're hungover? What causes hangover horniness? Here we go. Studies have shown that acute alcohol consumption leads to increased levels of testosterone and estradiol. Since testosterone controls in part the strength of libido in women, this could be a physiological cause for an increased interest in sex. There you go. Why do you get hard when you're hungover? Look at them. They're answering all our questions.
You had whiskey dick for the rest of the
Drinking alcohol causes dehydration, which lowers blood volume and reduces circulation. Since erections rely on healthy blood flow, this may lead to erectile problems. Alcohol may interfere with testosterone production, leading to low testosterone levels and poor erections. Well, that's whiskey dick. That doesn't explain hangovers. Huh. So according to all these answers I'm getting, Johnny, you technically shouldn't be horny when you're hungover.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know, man. I get weird boners when I'm hungover.
Maybe that's a you thing.
Maybe it is. Maybe I'm fucked up. Maybe
Learn the difference between we have a boner and you have a boner.
That is a great point. I really need to figure my shit out today. D. Gulag says hangover sex is awesome. Oh, yeah. There's nothing like making your partner lie under you while you're just booze sweating all over. There's nothing hotter to them than just a steady drip of hot booze sweat while you're hammering away. While you're just sitting there like, I need to get this poison out. And then drip, 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 drip. They love it. Oh, don't let those whores tell you any different. They think it's wonderful. Oh, man. 1:30 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, there you go. There's the links in the chat. Enjoy it. PetSmart is becoming the latest company to face backlash over Pride merchandise. That's right. The pet store is getting involved in the Pride stuff.
My dog's really upset that you won't acknowledge that he's gay.
That's right. Your gay dogs need their rainbow shit because, as you know, dogs are aware that there's a thing called gay and that the rainbow is the symbol for it. You know what? It makes sense. I mean, gay parents project that shit onto their children all the time, so why do you think they'd stop at pets?
I mean, I didn't think they'd stop, but the point of backlash? I feel like as much as it is stupid to be like, my pet is gay, it's also stupid. Like, they have a gay pet display. Like, I feel like you're putting
Right.
energy into this.
Right. Like who's really the loser here? In my opinion, the loser is anyone who gets too involved in this issue on one side or the other.
My fish are gay. They keep eating each other's asses, and that's all it is.
But like, you're right. If you're sitting there going, we need to have pride merchandise for our dogs, you're a fucking loser. And if you're someone who's like, I'm never going to PetSmart again because they've got rainbow shit for dogs, then you're a fucking loser. But I will say, you've got to be really, like, climate-wise. We always talk about, like, shit you should be allowed to do, but you should know what's going to happen if you do it. Like I always say, I am for people saying whatever they want, whenever they want. I am 100% total free speech. However, I'm not an idiot, and I know what people are going to do to you if you do certain shit. Same thing with this. Do I give a shit if PetSmart puts out Pride products? Could not care any less. However,
It was made for one man.
And calmly mounted the animal.
Oh, no.
I want to drown in cum.
So do I care that they do it? No. But do I think you've got to be a fucking idiot right now at this very moment in time to start putting out a shitload of pride shit for people's dogs, knowing what happened with Bud Light, what happened with Target, what's happening with all these other companies who just try to shove the way people fuck down your throat? It's idiotic. It's time to what the clientele, like the clientele always sends you messages. And the messages that the clientele is trying to send you now is it's time to dial this shit back a little bit. It's time to bring your sex back into the bedroom and off the shelves. All right? Do you like to cornhole your buddy from time to time? That's totally fine. I don't need to see it on the shelves. I don't need to see it on clothing or beers or milk bones or anything like that. Fuck each other. Go bananas. I don't need to know about it. And your insistence that I know how happy you are about it, mind-boggling to me. Hanks with a good point. He says, if you shop at PetSmart, aren't you already gay? The man raises
I mean,
point.
if you're a pet parent, I mean, technically, yes. Yes, you are.
You are, yes. You're already a homosexual. So, I mean, technically.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Yeah, I mean, if
and Aaron, you better hope that your dog isn't gay. I've seen the dick on that thing. He's going to be popular.
Hell of a cock, that dog. Oh, well, look, it's got look, rainbow milk bones and rainbow this, rainbow that. I can't imagine myself getting worked up about this one way or the other.
Yeah, because those fucking tunnels are for cats, man. Most of them look gay as shit anyway. I have a couple. Like, who cares? You could put that out on Pride Month. You could put that out on Tuesday. It'd fit just the same.
What I'd do is I'd go buy all this shit July 1st when it goes on sale. You can get some really cheap dog toys.
Yeah. Day after Pride Month.
There you go. It's perfect. It's like getting candy on November 2nd. It's just, there's loads of it. It's amazing. Guys, we are 1:30 away from knocking it out and doing overtime today. We are also 20 minutes away from firing up the music and doing our e-beggar best to rattle those cans and knock out the rest of today's goal. But if you want to knock it out beforehand, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, whatever you feel like doing, we do appreciate your support. We are only 1:30 away from today's goal, and if you guys work together, we can get that hammered out pretty soon. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Cheetos sent me something today. It's their anniversary weekend coming up this weekend at Stoney's. I believe it's year 13. Their 13th year at Stoney's. This week, all week long, Thursday, $2 12-ounce canned beers all day, all night. Midget Brian will be there all weekend. That guy's really fun, by the way. That guy's a party, Midget Brian. They have him there for a bunch of stuff. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Of course, Thursday is bike night. 13 years in business. Cheetos and the team at Stoney's. Check them out this weekend and get your tickets to our 9th anniversary party at Eventbrite for our show at Stoney's that will feature Johnny, myself, Gino, April, many other people. We'll be there. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, if you go in the ditch, if your car won't go, nobody's quicker than All Care Towing. Midland Armory, midlandarmory.com. Of course, if you go to midlandarmory.com, order your firearms, your optics, knives, parts, and gear, so much more at midlandarmory.com and use the promo code SteelToe to get a nice discount for yourself. And finally, get yourself some Steel Toe coffee. It's right there at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. It is delicious. Hundreds of people have ordered it so far. They absolutely love it. Hopefully it becomes their new regular coffee. That's Steel Toe Coffee at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. There's the link in the chat if you'd like to order some for yourself. Check it out. It's pretty good. And also, I'll have more information on the whole bean option in a couple of days. It looks like that one is next. I know a lot of you are waiting for it. 1:30 away from today's goal. If you feel like contributing, now's the time, as we've got about 15 minutes until we rattle the cans and see if we can knock that goal out to start the week today. Have you seen that viral TikTok of that veteran shitting on the VA and like he's having a mental breakdown about how they're fucking him over and his doctor's in network, then they're out of network and everything else?
Yeah, VA's got some fucked up shit.
Well,
yeah.
I'm going to, a little bit here as we watch this, I'm going to defend the VA in a weird way. Not like totally defend the VA, but I'm going to defend them a little
the veterans.
Not quite. But I am going to talk a little bit about who I think's really to blame here, because I think the VA gets used as a scapegoat a lot of the time.
They do pull some effed up shit, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll get to it in a second. Let's watch this guy first. If you guys haven't seen, this is a guy in Florida. He's a veteran having serious problems with the VA.
The last fucking 6 years, dude, the VA has continued to let me down. Fuck. I just want some fucking continuity of care with mental health providers. What the fuck? These doctors keep quitting, they keep switching. And then the one doctor that I really liked, who talked me off a fucking ledge the last time, refused. I had a split because they fell out of network and then they came back into network. So I went the last 2 years dealing with my own demons myself.
How about if you're a veteran, there's no network? Like, how about if you're a veteran, you just go to whoever you like and then we pick up the tab?
Yeah, but unfortunately, like I said, the VA pulls a lot of shit, and because of the network stuff, that's about money, so they'll close that down right quick, and it'll put someone like him in this position.
Okay, then how about this? This is where I don't blame the VA. How about if we're cutting corners to save money on treating veterans, we stop creating so many goddamn veterans. Stop making so many.
I'd love that too.
That would be wonderful. Stop with these fucking millionaires and billionaires pulling strings because they didn't meet quarterly profit expectations. So we got to go stir up a fucking war somewhere so we can send this guy over there like he's a fucking piece on a risk board. And we can send him over there as grist for the mill, if you will. And he comes back so fucking broken. This is where I kind of defend the VA. No matter what, let's say they do everything right. How many of these people really just can't be saved because we fucked them up so bad and made them look at shit that humans aren't supposed to look at or do unless you're a complete fucking sociopath? Like, how many of these people are just broken? And
most of them.
Right. You can do whatever you want. You can put the doctor in network. You can give them a great doctor that they love, and it's not going to help. I mean, who was that sniper guy? Chris Kyle. He used to help veterans with immersion therapy. He used to take them to the gun range and get them used to the sound of gunfire and loud noises and shit like that. Mm-hmm. Worked for a while. A lot of veterans loved it, thought it really helped them out. One of them snapped one day, shot him, killed him. Just because he's busted. There's nothing you can do because fucking Raytheon and Boeing and all these fucking corporations and Halliburton and all these other people, they needed to make their quarterly profits. So, hey, can we crank up weapons production? Can we get a new enemy, please? Like the war on terrorism. The war on terrorism was a law enforcement thing. That should have been, investigating, arresting guys, busting up cells. Instead, we went, how about we send hundreds of thousands of 18, 19-year-old poor kids over to foreign land where they don't understand anything, and we just have them go blow shit up.
Yep.
Sold a lot of weapons, made a lot of people really rich, but these guys come back and they're having fucking mental breakdowns in their car, and everybody shits on the VA. Everyone goes, oh, the VA's evil, the VA's awful, the VA's horrible. Maybe, but let's not be so narrow-minded here. How about it's these fucking sociopaths that send these guys into harm's way with no fucking plan on how to take care of them after, because the dirty little secret is there's no way to take care of them after.
The VA is a symptom of the problem.
Right. The VA is just the cough. It's not the disease. So I feel bad for this guy, but everybody's coming down hard on the VA. It's like, listen to this guy and look at him. He's busted.
I don't know. Like, if you're on those kinds of, like, you know, the therapist actually talked me down from the ledge. I don't know how much of the ledge he was on, but if you're on that kind of stuff, again, you can't, if you're relying on someone else to keep you above water, you really got to hope that they're a good swimmer and committed to you.
Yeah.
And trying to hold it fucking together. And then come to find out it's like May, it's like late May. And he denied taking my case back. April fucking 12th, and I'm just finding out, dude. And now I gotta go back to some new fucking doctor. And then I gotta open fucking Pandora's box again because they're gonna want to know everything, and then I'm gonna have to live through work and do that for a fucking...
It's my thing, and none of these politicians, none of these business cocksuckers, none of these fucking Pentagon people, none of these generals, none of them miss an hour of sleep.
Yeah, too bad we don't have anybody in the in government that's, like, you know, used to be in the military and could advocate for less wars.
Yeah, right. It's not like there's none of those guys around.
Month. I just want some fucking continuity and care, dude. I'm fucking so tired of it. I just want to be able to talk to the same fucking person and have the same individual manage my goddamn meds. I've been off all my medications for fucking 2 years. I've been doing it on my own, man. I'm just fucking white knuckling.
And that's another huge problem.
Yeah.
We throw meds at it all the time, and what a lot of people, especially, like, this is one reason why I hate the VA. When they pull this stuff, the switching the doctors and stuff, you're going on and off your meds. If you're on antidepressants, whether or not you need them is a question, whatever. But if you're on antidepressants and you suddenly stop, oh, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Like, you are going to be amped up. You're going to be edgy and emotional. It's not good.
Well, look at that guy. I mean, all that shaking and shit, that's what a washing machine does before it breaks. And that's what he's doing. He's just shaking and he's about to break. And again, Need Trump says, I do blame the VA. They're supposed to help you. How? Like, consider what this guy saw and what this guy did. Okay? We can blame the VA. We can shit on the VA. It's fine. But what are you supposed to do?
Well, for this guy's particular case, I think, like, he's asking what he's the sad part. He's really not asking for a lot. He just wants the same person all the time, because it could be really, I'm guessing he's going through some pretty traumatic shit. And I can understand what he means. Like, it sucks. They take away a doctor that you've been with for a while. Now you got to start from square one with a new person. You got to go through the stuff you've been through before, which is going to cause issues, and you got to work through those again. Like, I can understand what he's saying. He's not sitting here complaining the care he's getting isn't working. He's complaining that the care he's getting is inconsistent and it's not accomplishing anything.
Right. And I get that. And again, like I said, you said it perfect. The VA is the symptom.
Yeah.
But, like,
the problem is we keep sending them over there to get fucked up.
But correct me if I'm wrong. I just don't think humans are equipped. Like, we can't, our hard drive or whatever it is can't handle war. I don't care how ready you think you are or how much they train you. I don't think whatever we're made up of, like, nothing can prepare you for seeing a guy blown up in half. Like, and I don't think that visual ever leaves your head. Like, think of the most traumatic thing.
I'm kind of glad for that. I'd hate the society where,
yeah,
there goes Todd. Fucker still ose me $5.
There are certain people that we really should just put in the military, like real sociopaths, like school shooters and shit like that. Turn them loose in the military, get them the fuck away from us, and have these good old boys and these poor people who go into the military usually because they got nowhere else to go. And, let them stay here. Let these people who can mow down an elementary school without a second thought, make them go fight the wars. That's fine. Go ahead. They can handle it. These other guys.
They can only handle it when they think the victim or targets are justified.
That's true. T. Jefferson says, I've had to switch providers a few times now. It's hellish, and I haven't seen fucking war, so I feel for this guy. Having to break in a new shrink is fucking bullshit. Yeah, that's a big problem because, you got to start all over with a new one.
Yep.
You got to go right back to square one, and that's got to be just as frustrating.
They have no prior memory and they have no report. Like I said, that's it. And this is the thing too. Even if you feel like you're making progress, if you're dealing with whatever stuff he's dealing with, if you have to start over every time, you don't feel like you're getting anywhere. It's frustrating.
Nice says, so the military is made up of people that don't have an option and good old boys. Wow. I mean, do you want to know what a pretty good chunk of the military is? It ain't rich kids.
My brother didn't join the military just because he wanted to serve in the military. It was something he was considering, but it was something he leaned into after his college career failed twice in a row. And he was like, you know what? I'm going to go in the military.
Yeah, I mean, nice. If you want to make it an all or nothing, I mean, I don't say all or nothing shit, but yeah, a big chunk of the military, it ain't Harvard grads. I mean, if we want to go there, yeah, it's a lot of people who the military is a better option than whatever else they had available to them. Like anything else in life. Like you go to the thing that's the best option for you. And kids who grew up with a silver spoon in their mouth, the military is not typically the best option for them.
Because those kids come home and go, I was talking to the Navy recruiter, and then their parents go, fucking get that idea out of your head right now, you dumbass.
We're making you the COO of the company. Now shut the fuck up. Theodore Roosevelt said that's about 80%. The other 20% are college-educated officers. Right. It's pretty accurate.
Career people.
Yeah, the career men, if you will. Yeah, the ones we take care of with a fucking pension and all that shit, Oh,
if only we started recruiting from the inner city, we could just call it racism and be done with it.
Yeah, they got me down in Bragg. I'm shining a seat with my ass. 1:30 away from today's goal and 5 minutes away from playing the music. And guys, it's Chad and his bike accident and more threats. And Kevin apparently is a giant fucking asshole. We're going to talk about some of that for overtime today. So if you'd like to chip in, there's Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. If you'd like to contribute to the program, we would appreciate it. Otherwise, we're gonna blow the whistle and play the music and do all of our begging and hemming and hawing to see if we can have a successful day today and get off to a successful start this week. Now, remember, we knock out today. I think as far as goals go, we've got Tuesday and Wednesday morning. Thursday will be almost nothing because it's the day after a prize show. And then you got Friday. So you got really 3 morning shows that'll have goals. One of them's today, and you guys are only 1:30 away. One evening show has a goal, and it's tonight, and that's it because Wednesday's prize night. So we got a pretty clear path if we can knock out today. Shaft says no April, no goal. Prove them wrong, boys and girls. 1:30 away. There's all the links. All right, we got time for one more story here. And then we gotta knock out that goal, and then we got some Chad coverage for you today. And thank you very much to Bill Loney on Twitter for digging up all this stuff and sending it to me. He always tags me and shit. He's like, here's what I get on the weekends. Look what this dumb motherfucker did this time at Aaron Imholt. I got Muttering Jay sending me producer Joe shit, which I got to admit, we kind of found out he's kind of a one-dimensional piece of shit. There's not really much more to say about that guy. He's a one-dimensional tool. Whereas Chad, you got to give him credit. He is multifaceted. He's creative. He comes up with
invested.
Yeah, he comes up with new ways to lose his mind and threaten people and then pull it back and play the victim. And I love it.
Every time I think the bar is on the floor, he slithers under it.
Yeah, the difference, like a producer Joe and a Chad, it's like the difference between a line cook and an executive chef. And it's commitment and skill is what it is. But before we get into any of that, New York City hotel housing migrants has become a free-for-all, according to an ex-employee who just quit this weekend, including migrant children getting all fucked up. So apparently the kids are getting shit-faced at these New York City hotels that they're letting migrants stay in, and it's madness.
So, free hotel stay at a really, really nice hotel in New York, and they gave him the key to the minibar too? What the fuck?
The Row NYC Hotel, located in the tourist-heavy area of Times Square, no longer offers rooms to the public. They're instead housing 600 migrant families. The Row NYC has a gourmet food market, fitness studio, and an internet lounge featuring iMac computers. The daily weekday rate for a standard room with one full or queen bed in mid-September, around when the hotel could begin housing illegal immigrants, ranges from $414 to $435 per night.
Oh, and I bet you that hotel is getting that money.
Oh, yeah, they're getting that check from somebody. They're getting compensated. Again, this all has to be intentional to just melt down society. It has to be.
I feel like this is a lot of work to go through as opposed to, no, just turn around.
Yeah, they're not using Motel 6. They're not using Holiday Inns. They're taking the $450 a night places so they can make the nice things shitty and make everything garbage so they can rebuild the way they want to. Wow. So they've got employees now quitting these hotels. Like one of these people, Gustavo Rosario, a manager of a bar at one of these hotels, they quit. And they're just like, I don't know how we're going to keep our liquor license. You got these kids who are just drinking underage. They're getting fucked up. Nobody gives a shit. They're literally like kids running around drunk in these hotels.
I really
that are housing
love how all
families.
of these people came here for the American dream, and they're doing nothing but going out and looking for work and just doing whatever they can. You know?
Right, exactly.
We sent them to New York, and they're like, "Hey, you know what we'll do? We won't go on touristy trips or anything like that. We will just we'll be respectful of everything we're given. After all, we're guests in your country, hoping to earn a permanent stay. We won't just throw the food out in the hallway because it's garbage."
So yeah, these people are just quitting and going, fuck it, I got to go work somewhere else. Hey guys, if you're quitting that job, I got some advice for you. Just leave New York in general. Just keep going. Just move south until the madness stops. Thank you very much to Saint G85 for the $50 over on PayPal, and Anonymous with $50 over on PayPal. Guys, that means we are only $30 away from today's
We can do
goal.
it now, man.
You know what?
We can do it.
Do we even fire up the music for $30, or are you guys just knocking out $30?
I feel like we can get $30 while Chad happens.
Yeah.
If nothing.
You know what, guys? $30 away. I believe in you. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, $30 away from today's goal. If you'd like to chip in, we would appreciate it. Just 30
Now
away.
that you've committed to it, I'm going to admit that I was lying. I just really, really want to do Chad, and I'm willing to throw you under the bus for $30 to do it.
Well, I mean, we're inside of 50, so we're doing it anyway.
Yeah, I know. I don't feel horrible about this, but like I said, I did have a motivation. I had a goal.
Oh, they're saying they want a Chad hype train. Well,
okay.
Close with $9.99. We take 7 of that. We'll knock her down to 25. Thank you very much, guys. We're only 25 away. And we got technically 4 minutes until overtime, and the Chad stuff is happening. You know what? I should probably open up my links here and get all prepared and whatnot for
drop my audio.
Yeah, the next couple of stories that we've got. Here we go, and we're ready. Okay, what is it? $25 away from today's goal. If you want to chip in, there's the links in the chat. Let's knock that out and make it a successful first day of the week today. We appreciate it. Bill Loney with $10 says a little closer. Thank you, Bill. And by the way, guys, Bill Loney, follow him on Twitter. Bill Loney is the guy who gets me all this shit. I'm blocked from, the Patreons and all of that shit. I can't see this stuff. But you know who can? Bill Loney. And Bill Loney grabs me the good shit every single time. Love Bill
Really
Loney.
smart of you to out him publicly.
Well, no, he tweets it, like, openly. He's not.
Right.
Bill Loney's a good man. He doesn't He doesn't suffer fools. Thank you to The Mood for $30 over on PayPal. Guys, it's over. We got it. We're good. We're even $10 into tonight. No, $20 into tonight. As Sid with $4.99. Thank you very much, buddy. So we're $20 into tonight. That would be $2.30 for the last evening goal of the week. Thanks, boys and girls. All right, let's get ourselves. I feel like when you do Chad stuff, I feel like you're like the Spartans preparing themselves for a clean death. You got to cleanse yourself. You got to set the table. You got to get new silverware set out. You got to, get new glasses because you don't want to mix the Chad beverage with whatever
with everything else. No, clear your palate.
Right. You got to cleanse the palate. You got to get everything ready and do it the right way. Although somebody had something really good on that, the migrant thing. Katie Kidney says the government will round up and pay $650 for the rooms, and the hotel will kick back a portion of that extra dough in donations. Yeah.
There you go.
600. So that's what, an extra $200 a night? So an extra $200 a night times 600 families. That's an extra $120,000 a night. Keep them there for maybe 60 days. That's an extra $7.2 million for the hotel in what do you call it? In kickbacks that these politicians could make. There's plenty to go around for all the Congress people in New York. All right. So we have some Chad information. Now, Johnny, the fucked up thing about Chad information is that you sit there, if you see it on a Saturday and it's a long weekend like this weekend was, like it's a Tuesday, we had Monday off. If you see a Chad news on Saturday, you just sit there going, oh, shit, it's too early in the weekend. This isn't going to hold. Chad news changes. It changes over and over, like hourly almost. That's why he's so wonderful. And that's why we like to cover it as news on the show. So like last week, he got his channel struck by Kevin. His channel's looking at being taken down. His Twitter got suspended. Just fucking brutalized. Then on Wednesday or Thursday, whatever day it was, Chad went on Misery Loves Company, and they were going to work this thing out. And they were going to remove the strikes, and Chad was going to get his old channel back. Well, he went on MLC, asked for his channel back. Kevin told him, God, what did Kevin had a thing that he wanted Chad to do, and then he would tell Adam to remove the strikes. Maybe somebody can fill me in. Again, this is like 5-day-old Chad thing I'm doing now, so I can't remember. It's too much new news.
He ages in like fucking dog years.
He really does. So Kevin tells Chad, you just have to do this thing, and then I'll remove the strikes. Chad went behind Kevin's back, emailed Adam, and said, Kevin said remove the strikes. Kevin found out about this and lost his fucking mind and yelled at Chad for another entire episode. And Johnny, I will give Chad this. Without Chad, there is no Misery Loves Company.
Right.
Without this drama, without this stuff going on, people are not going to be as interested as they are currently. Every show is about Chad Zumock. I don't think people appreciate Steel Toe enough that we can cut this down to 20 or 30 minutes once or twice a week.
Yeah, we can just land the show on it. We kind of bring it in for a landing on how fucked up Chad is now.
Exactly. So Chad tries to go behind Kevin's back to get the strikes removed. Now the strikes aren't getting removed. Well, now Chad's at an impasse because he has to get his new channel to like 1,000 subs, and he's got to get enough watch hours where he can get his channel monetized and he can take super chats again. Well, over the weekend, one of the things we know about Chad is that when he's looking like the bad guy, when he's looking like a complete piece of shit, garbage, whatever, something
happens to him.
Yeah, something unfortunate and sad always happens to poor Chad Zumock whenever it looks like the chips are down and he's finished. Well, this weekend was no different. I tell you what, Johnny, this guy just has the worst goddamn luck. This was a Patreon post from Saturday. No show today. Unfortunately, I was in a bike accident an hour ago, and I won't be able to do Kumia's Cucks today at 1:05. By the way, I need these boomers to stop using the words cuck and stream sniping. You're ruining these fucking words. These are real things, and you guys are too old to know what they mean to be using them properly. But he says, I won't be able to do Kumia's Cucks at 1:05 p.m. because I was in a bike accident. I am currently at the hospital getting checked out. Due to this, my channel getting 3 strikes from Kevin, and my Twitter being suspended for 6 days, it's just not worth it for me. Kevin couldn't beat me on just being funny, so he had to come for my channel and Twitter. We got to stop periodically to appreciate this. Do you understand the level of fucking 4 horsemen wrestling heel delusional promo cutting this is? It's like Kevin said on Misery Loves Company. You start all this shit, and then you play the victim when you get the shit kicked out of you. It happened the same way with us. We made fun of his content. We didn't start any personal shit or gay ops with this guy. We found him through our cringe. We found him funny. We thought he was hilarious because of how bad he was at all this stuff. Then he started responding to it, and we'd play that and make fun of it. It was always criticizing his professional performance. Then he went to kids. Then he went to doxing. Then he went to houses. Then he went to you name it. I mean, the worst of the worst. Emailing April at all hours of the night. And, a while back, Bob asked us if we had anything to send him, if he ever wanted to do anything with it. And April sent him the emails, and Bob goes, holy fuck, I had no idea he was that much of a lunatic. We're like, yeah, that's what we kept trying to tell you fucking people. And somebody tweeted this weekend, they were like, is Aaron not the 4D chess champion of this whole thing? Because it seems like he's really won out on all of this shit. And I'm like, no, it's not that I'm a 4D chess guy. It's that I know I'm right. I know what these things are. I know what's going to happen. And all you have to do is wait. I was never worried about what the outcome of any of this stuff was because I know what it is and I know what's going to happen. So I appreciate that person who tweeted that I'm the 4D chess master. But if you couldn't see this shit coming from a mile away, then you just ain't paying attention. So he thinks Kevin couldn't beat him on being funny. So Kevin had to come for my channel and Twitter. He is worse than Hollywood canceling people. Kevin is a bitch. And if you're a guest on his show, it's only to spite me. I mean, look, Johnny, broken clock, right? Broken clock.
I didn't want to be a guest on MLC, but now that I heard that that's a perk of the package, I kind of want to sign up. Is there a way I can do this?
Just because just know you are also a bitch going on his show because you're not being booked for your talent that you think you have. Thanks to everyone who has my back on this pile-on again. I appreciate it because it is just gross at this point. So, Saturday, Chad had himself a bike accident. Feel bad for me. Kevin's targeting me. Kevin's coming after me. I'm the victim here. This is a terrible, terrible thing. But, Johnny, that was Saturday. And as you said, Chad ages in what?
Dog years.
Dog years. So, Citizen M says you didn't find Chad through our cringe, though. Yes, I did. There was there was a clip of him saying he was going to get on the Stuttering John. Oh, you know what? You might be right, Citizen M. It might have been the
WATP?
No, the Stuttering John subreddit. You're right. You know what? It might have been that one. You are correct, sir. Sorry about that. Well, anyway, yeah, Mikey Two Milks. That further goes to explain that it wasn't about talent. So Chad has his bike accident. He's in the hospital for the bike accident. Now, if you're in the hospital for a bike accident, that's pretty nasty. I mean, that's not just going to Centricare for a couple of stitches.
Yeah, no, if you are in the hospital, I'm assuming they booked you in a room and everything like that. Like ER visits, if it was like a scrape or something, they'd slap a Band-Aid on you and get you out fast.
So feel bad for Chad. Chad is very sad, so on and so forth. Well, apparently on Sunday, Johnny, oh no, I'm sorry. The bike thing was Sunday. This next one was Monday. So these are aging very, very quickly. apparently, whatever drugs they had him on at the hospital that sedated him and made him feel calm and introspective and feel bad for himself, they wore off by yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Yesterday morning, and again, thank you to my boy Bill Loney. He's awesome. He then tweeted, put on Patreon, episode 21, Mud Shark Loves Misery, fair use, bitches. Chad was back on the war footing less than 24 hours after his terrible boo-boo from his bike accident.
Uh-oh.
He was ready to go to war again. And it is just like I've always said. It's just like Kevin started saying. You know, Kevin kind of caught this a few months after I did. But it's, you know, better late than never. Kevin said, you start a bunch of shit, people call you out on the shit you started, and then you play the victim. He's still playing victim from me. Like, oh, Steel Toe was mean to me. Steel Toe was mean to me. Steel Toe made fun of how shitty you are. That's totally fair. You didn't make fun of how shitty I was. You made it about kids and houses and, you know, R word with the wife and everything else. You got really disgusting and perverted and stalky and gross. Meanwhile, I kept it on wax and served you, as the rappers like to say. And now he still plays victim like I'm some kind of big boogeyman bully in his life. I'm just...
We don't even do anything other than this shit.
Covering the news.
We only comment on the stuff he puts out there.
Yeah. Episode 21, Mud Shark Loves Misery. Remember, Johnny, what did his last channel get struck for?
I believe it was stream sniping Misery Loves Company.
Stream sniping Misery Loves Company. And when he went on Kevin's show, he said, I'll stop with all that, and I'll knock off the stream sniping, and you can remove the strikes, and I'll get my channel back. Well, by yesterday, somebody had decided that that's gay, yo. This whole weekend, I studied YouTube community guidelines top to bottom, and there is absolutely nothing Kevin can do against me in a court of law within regards to fair use. I tried to do the right thing. I have to say, no fucking shame on this guy. Again, I appreciate it. I'm a fan of Chad, as Johnny was very fond of saying. There is something about this that is so the Horseman losing at Starrcade and then coming out the next night and talking about how bad they kicked everybody's ass. I have often compared Chad to Frank Lopez from Scarface when he's begging for his life and going, I never did nothing to nobody. That's Chad. So I tried to do the right thing, but Kevin shoved my face into shit during that process. So now it's all out war. So he was contrite and a victim when he had his bikey boo-boo. And now that the bikey boo-boo is healed, he's back to war again.
What was he expecting? Like, he posts this poor, sad me bikey boo-boo story, and as you called it. Yeah. And then fucking what? Like, Kevin's going to email him or something like, you know what, Chad? I was gay. You can have your channel back. Like, I mean, it's not.
I saw that you got a boo-boo, Chad, from your bicycle. I thought that you had a boo-boo. I like to ride my bike, too, around New York, Chad, so I'm going to remove the strikes because you had a bikey boo-boo. And bikey boo-boos aren't gay. Those are, like, serious. So he then says, in all caps, I won't stop until his wife is fired from her job. Give me any information you can get to me because I'm going up against everyone. You want to play dirty striking channels? Let's play dirty. I want all the channels to get striked. He says it's struck, but that's okay. Also, like, Chad has this weird thing where he thinks you can just strike channels and that takes them down. They actually have to commit an offense.
Yeah, you have to win the strike. Like, you have to lobby for the strike and it has to win. And even after that, they can attempt to appeal it and possibly get it taken, removed if they.
There's a fat hack retard that's been trying to strike our channel for months. Nothing happens. Why? Because you being jealous of me is not a strikeable offense. I'm sorry. Me having people that can't get half my views in a month, I'm sorry. That's not a strikeable offense. And believe me, I'm not even successful. You can't even get halfway to not successful. That's not a strikeable offense. Kevin doing whatever he's doing, Chad, is not a strikeable offense. You were playing his show live as it happened and not providing enough transformative content to make it fair use. YouTube saw Kevin's complaint and sided with him. Kevin set this tone, so now it's your duty to strike everyone. This is what we do now, Chad said. And that's the end of that.
This all started when he was saying strike Kevin's channel. Well, all right, that's right. He wasn't telling people to strike it. I was telling them to report it. Right, report it for what, Chad?
Right.
Report it for what?
It's exactly it. He's like, Kevin started this. No, he didn't. It's like Johnny said. You started by quitting MLC, and then you kept it going by stream sniping his fucking show. And then you sit there, and when you have to pay a price for it, when you have to have consequences for it, you then play the victim and say you did nothing wrong the entire time. Oh, now watch him, Johnny. Now watch him get a strike for false flagging channels. Watch him now get a strike because he's going to go report everything, and YouTube's going to give his new channel a strike because he won't stop flagging people.
Do you think is he going to really follow through with flagging people?
That's the other. That's a great point. Chad doesn't have a lot of
he might be lazy enough to say it's war, game on, and hope that people just send him money and subscribe to his Patreon.
That's a good point because he says he's going to do a lot of these things and he never does. He's going to go to all these shows. He's going to get plane tickets to all these places. He never does. Is he going to get Kevin again? He keeps saying he's going to do these things like get Kevin's wife fired from her job. Chad, you still have to have a cause.
And the determination to follow through. I feel like he's got a lot of bluster while the show's on and the camera's in front of him. But as soon as that camera turns off and that bottle of Tito's is staring him in the eye, he's got a night planned.
Stephen Weisfeld says, I hope so because he deserves everything he gets. He's a lowlife. Balls Deep had a great comment a while back. Where was it? He goes, I knew this is how the podcast wars would be fought. Guys, these old men, these boomers are not going to be able to control themselves. They're going to do all the gay ops. It's all going to melt down. I've always said this. These shows will not be around in 2 years. Now, some people would say they're not going to be around by the end of this year. But I think they still have enough gas to make it. But these shows won't be around in 2 years because you don't do a show. You do drama. Like Gino says, it's Vanderpump Rules. It's Keeping Up with the Kardashians. It's shitty reality TV. And people have a very short memory for shitty reality TV, and they move on to a new one very quickly. Bill,
as you cool off a bit, they find the next hot thing.
Yeah. Bill Oney says boomer blood sports. Exactly. Like whether our numbers go way, way up or our numbers go way, way down. No matter what happens to us, we will always have a core group of people that love and support the show because we're a morning show that gets them through their day at work. But this drama shit, if that drama shit goes away, what base do you have? I think the only one that survives out of any of these, and John raises a great point, is going to be Misery Loves Company because A, that's who Kevin is. And B, he's been doing this show for a decade or so. It's not going to see the success that it's seeing right now once all the drama stuff goes away. But Kevin is kind of like us where he has a group of fans that are loyal to him and will stick around. Lemmy with $10. Oh, hello, Lemmy. Says the stash makes you look like iDubbbz's creepy uncle. Hey, what happened to you watching this show quietly and privately because you were afraid people were going to make fun of you for watching it openly? Go back to doing that. You're hurting my feelings, you monster.
It's not wrong.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, Balls Deep was ashamed to be associated me with for a while, but at least he kept it nice and quiet. When he came back, he was nice to me. Lemmy was ashamed of me and lurking and watching quietly and wouldn't tell. I was that friend she hung out with during the summertime, and then when school started, she forgot I existed and didn't tell anybody that she hung out with me. Now she comes back
to the cool kids table like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, Lemmy comes back. She wants to sit back down at the table, and then she goes, you look like a pedophile. Thanks a lot. Thought it would have been, hey, nice to see you. Great to be back. Michael B says, I always hated you, Aaron. That's all I'm asking for. A little consistency. That's it. Balls Deep with $10 says, Lemmy is a good person. LOL. Also, sup, Johnny. Well, now, fuck you too, buddy. You know, I can't do this shit for too long because, as you've seen, this show attracts new audience members, and they always think I'm serious when I do that. So I can't have fun leaning into my vitriol because people go,
then when we do fun bits later, too, they're like, oh, well, he's not mad now.
Yeah.
He's not as excited.
I'm never mad. I'm always fucking around. That's me. Aaron looks like he fought on the losing side of the psalm. Wow, that is a good one. As a history buff, I love that reference. So
I don't even get it. I have to admit.
Wronghole Rick says Boomer Blood Sports is a Mersh reference. Okay, cool. We'll give the proper credit. Yeah, I don't. And yeah, Mersh and I both called that they were going to start doing gay ops. And again, I don't say Mersh and I called it like we're the smartest guys. Anybody could fucking see it. I'm sure a lot of you saw this going to this level.
I didn't. I saw them just saying, you know what? I'm going to bunker down, spend just, 20, 30, 45 minutes cruising the internet, reading some stories, figuring out what I can talk about, what I can react to, what I can have fun with and entertain the audience with, and start trying to cultivate a show from 2 to 5:30 p.m.
At what's the name of the channel?
On Just Kidding LLC on all 3 networks on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube.
Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube. Everyone wants to brag about their Twitch that they have. I got to get my ban evasion going here. I got to get to ban evading over on Twitch. I've been pretty lazy on my ban evading.
I mean, I don't know, man. You don't want to piss off that Twitch revenue that you got coming in.
No, remember they took that away.
Oh, I know. That's my point.
Yeah.
That's the joke.
Salvatore says they're doing gay ops 11 years after gay ops became a thing. It's cute that they're all doing the old tropes. I know, it's really strange. They're all doing like old internet shit back in the day. But they're doing it now. It's remarkable.
How are people predicting our incredibly original idea?
And everyone's like, now they're like, oh, you guys aren't going to be happy. Like, Chad's going to do this to himself or Chad's going to do that to himself. No, he isn't. He's a narcissist and a sociopath. He's not going to hurt himself without doing it for a good story. Chad is, guys, say what you want about Chad. Shit on Chad all you want. I've thrown him a few compliments today. Here's one of them. He's remarkably durable. He is a fucking heavy bag. All right? He can take all the punches, all the shots because he wants to be famous. God bless him. He's one of these people who doesn't care how he gets known. He just wants to be known. And he's realized that this sad sack fucking act is working really well, and he's going for it. And by God, I think he's going to stick around. Although Shaft now calling me Aaron Jeremy. See, now that some of these hurts.
Oh, no.
Some of these do hurt. So
hey, at least you can shave it off and just going back to being Jared Fogel's brother or whatever that was.
So, guys, there's
at least the stash is the only pedo thing.
There's the Chad news, and again, I'm sure the next time Johnny, a week from today, I'm sure it's going to be
a whole nother level,
a whole new batch of stories. Chad will go from victim to perpetrator to victim, and back and forth. 13 times.
I always remind myself, Chad loves himself too much to leave.
Right.
Chad is his favorite fan.
Yeah.
Chad doesn't want to leave because he wants to see where the story goes next.
I mean, this is what would happen if Vince Russo booked podcasts. It's just hot switches and hot shotting and back and forth and crash booking. It's hard to keep up with. Johnny, you're going to be here again tomorrow.
Yes,
of course. Looking forward to that. We got a great evening show coming up at 7 o'clock tonight. I do want to, 7 o'clock Central, that is. I do want to play one thing real quick before we have to go today. And again, before you leave today, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Make sure you hit share. Make sure you subscribe. We're trying to get to 10K by the end of May. Look, I'm not saying that it's a dream that's going to happen, but if you're 150 subs away from it, you got to push for it. It's just one of those things. Nice says, why do you always let Citizen Moron take over your show? I don't. He writes in the chat. You're allowed to write in the chat. What am I supposed to do? Not let him write in the chat? Tyler says, 100% agree. I used to worry that the Chad arc would end tragically. Then I realized he's just a narcissist who wants as much attention as he can get. Exactly. Michael B says 277 thumbs up. Not bad. Well, fuck that. Get it to 300. If you haven't hit thumbs up yet, hit thumbs up now. So
279.
279. Oh, keep it going. 21 more to 300. Thank you, boys and girls. Let's get it up there. Patrick Mahomes addressed his brother's arrest recently at OTAs.
Okay.
Of course, if you guys don't know, Patrick Mahomes' brother is right now, I think, awaiting trial. I think they're going to trial. I think he pled not guilty.
Yeah.
Is awaiting trial on sexual assault charges stemming from when he grabbed that woman by the throat and forcefully kissed her at a bar. It's all on tape. I mean, it's not looking good. If I were him, I would plead out to something, right?
Pray for a plea deal of some kind.
Because you're literally caught on tape doing the thing that you're accused of doing, which is never good. Well,
and it looked bad on the tape.
Really bad. Yeah. And Patrick Mahomes finally addressed it. And I look, if there's anyone I feel bad for in all this, it's Patrick. Because Patrick Mahomes has been a complete professional. He's famous for a reason. He's an amazing football player. His brother is famous because his brother is a famous quarterback football player. And he's just a piece of shit who leans on it and celebrates it and uses it as his own fame. He's a real fucking leech.
And act like he did it. Landed on third, thought he hit a triple.
Exactly. And Patrick Mahomes has never shit on him. Patrick Mahomes has never embraced him or done anything. He's been a good brother. He's been a good family member. He's never done anything to encourage or discourage his brother. He's been very hands-off about the whole thing. Well, he probably knew that at some point he'd have to address what his brother's accused of doing. And let's see how he handled it.
What's it been like for you to deal with Jackson's situation?
Honestly, it's kind of the personal thing that I just kind of going to keep to myself. I mean, at the end of the day, I come here to play football and try to take care of my family at the same time. So I just kind of keep it to myself and just go out there and play football when I'm in the building.
Hey, just in a bigger picture sense, it seems like you really come to know how to deal with what's personal and what's private. Is that a process for you to navigate? I mean, do you have to think about it a lot?
I think that's a process everyone has to navigate in life. Obviously, I'm on a bigger stage, but at the same time, it's your family. But you have to come in here and do a job, and that's what I try to do every day.
God, he's too fucking good at this stuff to deserve a brother and wife like the ones he has.
I feel like if I was one of the interviewers, like, you seem to have really gotten a handle on keeping the personal life kind of in the private. Any chance your brother's going to pick up on that sometimes?
Yeah, right. Patrick, you seem to have gotten really good at knowing what's personal and what's private. More importantly, you've gotten really good at retard wrangling. Any advice for those at home who are having trouble handling the black sheep of their family? No, he's like, somebody said it, Sad Boy said it in the chat, class. He's just a class dude. He deserves better than his brother.
You've gotten really good at keeping your personal life kind of private. Any chance your brother's going to learn not to rape?
Just fucking ask the question and like Patrick Mahomes.
Throw it at him.
Like Patrick Mahomes is too professional and a good guy to like go choke the shit out of that guy. So you're safe because he's a good dude. So now you get to ask him whatever questions you want. It's, he goes, that's something everybody has to learn to handle. Patrick, not true. Not everyone has as retarded and R-wordy a brother as you have. Do you feel like him being a massive piece of shit and fucking up all the time, do you feel that that's helped you learn how to handle these problems because you have indeed such a giant fuck up for a brother?
He asked him, like, how are you dealing with this stuff? Or like, how's your brother going to be dealing with this? And just Will Sasso comes in, you do, or don't.
Yeah, you could play the Will Sasso thing. You just address it and you get it out of the way and you talk about it. Or you don't. I love that clip. Will Sasso and who was it? Theo Vaughn.
Yep.
Talking about D'Elia. That fucking TFATK clip was so good. Oh, and I can't find it. TFATK. Here we go.
has been over these dudes since the.
Hold on.
I don't know. I don't have the answers.
Yeah, I think a lot.
I don't know. I think they're both living in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
What happened?
So here's Will Sasso addressing the Patrick Mahomes brother situation.
Yeah, they definitely hit some snags.
Everything's gonna be fine. Look, be honest. Let's be very transparent. Get out ahead of any issues you may have had, or don't.
Yeah.
Or don't.
Or don't. There's the advice for Patrick and Jackson Mahomes. Get out ahead of it. Be upfront about it. Be transparent about it. Or
don't.
Oh, man. T. Jefferson says, whoa, Lemmy is here? Yeah, if you've been here a while, you get Aaron's vitriol and know how to apply it. Yeah, I'm behind in chat because I have to turn this off till I get to my office at work. Well, that's okay. And then Nice says Lemmy is stream sniping. Uh-oh, I'm going to put a strike on Lemmy. She's a piece of shit. I like
Lemmy doesn't even do clubs.
I knew Lemmy was listening the whole time, but she's back publicly now, so I can let everyone know. It was all a work. All right, that's going to do it for today. Yes.
Lemmy was handpicked.
She was handpicked. I got so many fucking drops now.
She was handpicked.
Exactly. All right. Citizen M says, I don't know who made the citizen moron comment, but good insight. Aaron's intimidated by me taking over his show. He stays up all night just shaking like a leaf. That's true, Citizen M. He knows me.
Well, Sparkle Farts, all things being equal, you are technically correct.
He knows it all. Guys, thank you very much for another great show. We appreciate it. You're ahead for tonight. Johnny, thank you very much. Just Kidding LLC on, I almost said TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. Hit subscribe, hit like, hit share, all that happy horse shit. We appreciate you guys being here. And Johnny, thanks again. Have a great rest of your day. And Johnny, we will see you again tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, sir.
All right. To the rest of you, take it easy. Have a great rest of the day. And we'll talk to you tonight.